The countdown for News9's big event is over. The News9 Global Summit is about the new India that is recognized as a rising economic power and a major global player. The theme of the summit is how India is poised for the next big leap. The What India Thinks Today Summit is being organized by the TV9 Group, and this edition of the summit is simply unmissable because the keynote address will be delivered by none other than Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The summit starts from today and will continue through the 26th and 27th as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to kindly take your seats. We will be beginning with the inaugural of TV9 What India Thinks Today very, very shortly. May I request you all to kindly take your seats.
Hello. Check. Hello. Check.
For those who have just joined us, the countdown for News 9's big event is over. The News 9 Global Summit about the new India that is recognized as a rising economic power and a major global player. Right on your screens, the MD and CEO, Mr. Barun Das, along with Union Minister Anurag Thakur. The theme of the summit is how India is poised for the next big leap. The What India Thinks Today Summit being organized by the TV9 group. This is the second edition, and this edition of the summit is simply unmissable because the keynote address will be delivered by none other than Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself. The What India Thinks Today Summit starts from today and will continue through the 26th and 27th of this month.
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to settle down. We will be beginning very shortly. Requesting all those walking around to please take your positions. Please find chairs to sit down. We will be beginning in just moments from now. Requesting all of you to please take your seats.
check. ठीक है? Check. Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, just about 2 minutes or so left before we start the inaugural of TV9 What India Thinks Today. May I request you all to kindly take your seats. Unfortunately, a lot of cameras here and the view gets obstructed if people don't take their seats. So I'm humbly requesting everybody to please find chairs and sit down for clearing the camera field. Thank you so much.
The second season of TV9 Network's What India Thinks Today will begin just in a short while from now. The theme for this year is India poised for the next big leap. Several politicians, celebrities and dignitaries will be a part of this event. They will voice their opinion in this 3-day global summit. The News 9 Global Summit is about the new India that is recognized as a rising economic power and a major global player. The theme of the summit is how India is poised for the next big leap, and the What India Thinks Today summit is being organized by the TV9 group, and this edition is unmissable because the keynote address will be delivered by none other than Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
And finally, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get started with the inaugural of TV9 What India Thinks Today. Please give it up for your hosts for this evening, TV9's Neha Khanna and Krishna Kumar.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the second edition of TV9 What India Thinks Today. India's mega thought fest is back indeed, and it's bigger, bolder and brighter this year, mirroring the new India story, really, isn't it, Neha?
Mirroring the new India story, no doubt about that. It is going to be action-packed, I can tell you that, for the next 3 days.
Yes.
And of course, the one big thing that everyone is looking forward to is the keynote address, which will be delivered, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow evening by none other than the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi.
Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for that. Of course, we're all building up towards that, but let's not forget, we have some very special guests already in the house. We're going to get them on stage, get him on stage to be specific. But quickly, before we go for that, we are going to tell you what India Thinks Today is all about. What India thinks about is very important at a time like this, which is a moment of greatness for India. India is on the cusp of greatness, and it is thought platforms like this, global thought platforms, hosted by none other than the biggest news network of the country, isn't it, Neha?
Absolutely. The second edition of TV9 What India Thinks Today Summit, the News 9 Global Summit that has brought together, even in the past, the best of thought leaders from all walks of life. And ladies and gentlemen, what you're going to witness over the next 3 days is going to be truly special. We're going to have newsmakers, we're going to have thought leaders, we're going to have policy makers, and like I said, the biggest name of them all, the one man everyone wants to listen to, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, will be in our midst to deliver the keynote address tomorrow evening.
Right, and we have, before we get to that, we have a bunch of people that we are honoring with our Nakshatra Awards tonight. And today, the inaugural of What India Thinks Today, second edition, is all about India's soft power. And right now, we are counting down to those awards. We are counting down to some very interesting sessions we have in store, beginning with a big name who is going to be part of the first session. That, ladies and gentlemen, is none other than, okay, we're going to hold on and not tell you the name of the person.
Let's not give it away so early, Krishna.
Yes, absolutely. We have to build it up to that. We have a very special guest already amidst us who will be taking the stage in moments from now. But through the course of the evening, we will be discussing all about India's soft power, from the vibrant tapestry of Indian movies and music to India's vibrant tapestry of sporting achievements. Bear in mind, once upon a time, India was just a cricketing nation. Not anymore, because of some very important efforts taken by some very important gentlemen who's made sure...
Who is in our midst right now.
Who's our midst right now, who's making sure that India wins accolades, India wins goals across sporting arenas, and India has been celebrating that as well. So we will be talking about our achievements across sporting arenas, movies, music, and all the soft power that is pushing brand India forward on a global platform, isn't it, Neha?
In fact, Krishna, we are not just calling it India's soft power, we are calling it India's smart power.
Yeah.
Because that's really how it is now. Gone are the days when Bollywood was India's biggest global export. We have gone way beyond that. Our musicians, our artists are doing us proud. They're winning Oscars, they're winning Grammys, and ladies and gentlemen, in our midst, we have today at least two gentlemen who've won multiple Grammys for India and done us proud on so many occasions.
Right. Before we get to all of that, let's begin with where we have to begin. We are a team of over 3,000 people here at the TV9 Network putting together the What India Thinks Today Summit. But one man has been leading us from the front, and that is none other than our MD and CEO, Mr. Barun Das. Requesting Mr. Barun Das to come on stage, and also please put your hands together for Shri Anurag Thakur, who also joins us for our first session. Requesting both these gentlemen to please take the stage, and requesting Mr. Barun Das to first present Shri Anurag Thakur ji with a stole. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Right. Please, requesting Shri Anurag Thakur ji to please sit down, and requesting Mr. Barun Das to please deliver our welcome address for the second edition of What India Thinks Today. Barun ji, all yours.
Thank you, Neha and Krishna. The Union Minister of Sports, Youth Affairs and Information and Broadcasting, Sri Anurag Thakurji, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inaugural. Today is the curtain raiser of the second edition of TV9 What India Thinks Today Summit. Over the next 2 days, we will be hosting several international thought leaders and cabinet ministers and industry captains discussing India's next big leap in the arena of geoeconomics and geopolitics. And most notably, we have the summit keynote scheduled for tomorrow evening at 8 p.m. which will be delivered by none other than the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. But this evening we are here to celebrate the curtain raiser with a subject very close to my heart. I must mention that this evening is going to be special because apart from glamour and glitz, it will be an evening of gravitas. You must have already spotted in the hall many well-known faces from the world of sports and entertainment. They are here tonight for a purpose. They are here tonight to discuss a bold vision for India, not as an economic or military power, but as a soft power. Our deliberations this evening will focus on the idea of soft power for hard gains. So what's soft power? A phrase used extensively these days. The American political scientist Joseph Nye defines soft power as a country's ability to influence others through attraction and persuasion rather than coercion and force. As he says, seduction is always more effective than coercion. Like the American dream is sold across the world to a large extent via Hollywood. Similarly, countries like Brazil and Argentina, they have earned a name for themselves in the world through their excellence on the soccer field. That is the context of soft power this evening. India has always been known as a land of yoga, Vedas, and Ayurveda, and more recently, as home to some most spectacular cinematic storytelling in the world. The home of Bollywood, but of late also Sandalwood, Collywood, Tollywood, all hail Nattu Nattu. At the same time, our prowess as a sporting nation is on the rise. While our cricketers have been doing us proud for some decades now, there are other sports where India is making its mark in the global arena, thanks to the great ambition and tenacity of some extraordinary sports star and the vision of our Prime Minister and, of course, the able administration of our sports minister. Badminton, tennis, shooting, wrestling, boxing, athletics are some such sports. Thank you, Anurag ji. Now, as India rises in the global pecking order, earning a place for itself at the high table, there is immense opportunity for India to add to this heft through excellence in sports, movies, and music. After all, the perception of India is the sum of how the world sees us. If we as a country create more winners, like powerful cerebral content and winning champions, then we can rise faster in the world order. We can make greater hard gains, be it trade of goods or services. Let us not forget that in 2016, when Israel and Palestine agreed to give peace a chance, it was at the behest of celebrities like Roger Waters of Pink Floyd, John Bon Jovi, and Cristiano Ronaldo. The peace may not have lasted, but people-to-people goodwill remains a far better alternative to bombs and guns. This evening, over several conversations, we'll hear policymakers, celebrities, sports champions, and brand gurus develop a roadmap to further burnish brand India. Of course, no evening like this one can be complete without some celebrations. So therefore, tonight we will also be honoring a few extraordinary men and women from the world of sports and entertainment with TV9 Network's Nakshatra Awards. So ladies and gentlemen, we have an exciting evening ahead of us. Let's kickstart it right away. Thank you once again for being us here. Namaskar.
Thank you, Barun, for that. Requesting both Mr. Barun Das and Shri Anurag Thakur to please stay on stage. And before we go further, we have to talk about the sponsors for the day, isn't it, Neha?
Absolutely. Let's remind all of you that TV9 What India Thinks Today is presented by Punawala Fincorp, co-powered by Zydus Wellness, Ultratech, Priya Gold and Finolex Cables. A premier global platform that not just takes stock of India and where it has reached, but also sets the agenda for the path ahead.
And with that, it's time now to invite upon stage Mr. Abhay Bhutada, Managing Director of Punawala Fincorp, for a special address.
Good evening, everyone. I think what India thinks today, I cannot just share my thoughts in 2-3 minutes, but considering the time limit, we'll have to speed up, and I will try to share in as much as possible in minimum time. So I'm privileged to be here at the TV network What India Thinks Global Summit 2024. I express my gratitude to Shri Anurag Thakurji, the Honorable Minister for Information and Broadcasting and Youth Affairs and Sports, for gracing this occasion with his esteemed presence. I also express my gratitude to Shri Barun Das ji and his entire TV9 team for organizing such a special and unique event. This is a great initiative by TV9 which brings all the visionaries, policymakers, influencers from around the globe under the one roof to have a constructive dialogue for the growth and development of our nation. Under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, India has undergone a profound digital transformation, creating a market for digital and tech solutions. Honorable Prime Minister's far-sighted approach has propelled India to be a global hub of innovation and technology, harnessing the power of digital solution to drive inclusive growth. India is prominently re-emerging to regain its place on global economic platform and on its way to become the third largest economy. India's digital revolution, led by path-breaking initiatives like Digital India, has transformed the nation into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy with more human-centric approach to the development. The Atal Innovation Mission has prompted a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship, driving job creation and economic growth. With the focus on digitization, innovation, building digital infrastructure, and adoption of emerging technologies, I am confident that we will be able to achieve the vision of Vikasit Bharat by 2047. Apart from providing conducive business environment, safety and security of individuals is very important to us. No nation can progress without robust law and order. I acknowledge and appreciate the strong leadership of our Honorable Home Minister, Shri Amit Shah ji, for his bold steps to protect the nation and its citizens for maintenance of security, peace and harmony. I also acknowledge Shri Anurag Thakur ji, who has been instrumental in creating awareness amongst the youth for various other sports. Under his guidance, Khelo India initiative and Target Olympic Podium scheme has revolutionized India's sports landscape and increased participation amongst the youth. These initiatives have helped in identifying deserving athletes who can win the medals in the Olympics and increase our medal tally. Digital payment ecosystem in India has also shown significant growth in recent years, driven by a combination of government initiatives, rise of e-commerce, increase in internet, smartphone usage. Key initiatives such as Pradhan Mantri Dhan Jana Yojana, UPI, BHIM have emerged as a game changer in the digital payment landscape. These initiatives have enabled seamless real-time digital transaction, paving the way for a cashless economy. Various digital initiatives of our government are positively helping every fraction of our society to aspire, grow, and fulfill their dream. Let me share with you, I also come from a place like Latur. I have witnessed the digitization, how demolished the barriers and given the wings to every small town citizen like me to grow and contribute towards the nation building. To me, this is a real testament of Sankalp Se Siddhi, and millions of Indians like me feel confident than ever that we as a nation has all the potential to become the Vishwaguru. At Punawala Fincorp, we believe in having complete transparency in our dealing as we understand and value the trust of the customers upon us. Through deep investment in technology and innovation at the core, we strive to create endless possibilities each time and partner in the growth journey of our customer. Trust, integrity, transparency, and excellence are at the core of our institution. Our long-term corporate goals focus on enhancing shareholder value and safeguarding stakeholders' interest. As I conclude, I am confident that dynamic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji will reaffirm India's status as a global powerhouse with a focus on innovation, entrepreneurship, and capital development. Once again, I thank you TV9 team for conceptualizing this event and allowing me to share my thoughts. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Mr. Bhutra, for that special address. And we are all set to kick things off for the day. But before that, since we're talking about kicking things off, I'm going to request a very special gentleman to take the stage and present us with a memento, requesting Mr. Pierre Neubeck of Bundesliga to please take the stage and present a memento to our MD and CEO and Shri Anurag Thakurji as well.
Thanks very much for that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get on with the show. Now, today is all about India's surging soft power, India's growing global clout, powered by everything from its vibrant tapestry of movies and music to its phenomenal sporting achievements.
That's right, and that's why the inaugural is called Soft Power, Hard Gains. And with that, we are officially all set after Bundesliga as well to kick things off on the inaugural. Isn't it, Neha?
Haha, nice wordplay there, Krishna, with terminology from the world of sports, because our first session, ladies and gentlemen, is titled Gearing Up for Sports Ascendancy. Even as the Indian cricket team dominates the world of cricket, India has long gone from being a one-sport nation. Today, India is a force to reckon with in a range of sporting arenas. And one man is playing a crucial role in that evolution. Take a look.
One spear can pierce through the world. One fall can... It dreams of a billion.
Right, we will, pretty much get on with things because we have the two gentlemen on stage already who are going to be the main gentleman of this session who will be telling us all about it. That is Mr. Barun and of course, Shri Anurag Thakur. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a huge round of applause. Requesting TV9 Network's Bharatvarsh and Sumaira to please take the stage and conduct this session and get the ball rolling. Ladies, all yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's the first session, so it better be good because it'll set the tone for what's to come. But in our experience, when we're talking about sports and entertainment, it's never dull. So we're gearing up for sports ascendancy, and who better than Shri Anurag Thakur, somebody who understands sports, somebody who is, who's played cricket himself, and also now somebody who is the sports minister of the country. I also have our MD and CEO, somebody who understands the business of sports, Mr. Barun here. So without further ado, let me get straight into this conversation. There's Pullela Gopichand here as well. At some point, we are going to involve him in this discussion as well. But let's start with Mr. Thakur. Sir, the buzzword today is soft power. Mr. Thakur, and sports is an integral part of it, sir. Cricket, we know, is already a superpower in the country. How can we bring in the lessons that we've learned from cricket to make other sports as successful?
Thank you for starting the session. And let me just say this, that if you look at 1983, before that, even in cricket, you didn't have enough money. When the Indian cricket team won, even the BCCI didn't have enough money to pay them or to celebrate in a big way. But when they fought the case against Prasar Bharati and won the case, that is where they won the telecast rights and the game changed. Then the money came into the field of cricket, and that is how the Indian Cricket Board, the BCCI, how they done well with the professional working of BCCI for the last so many years. And over the last 2-3 decades, we have seen one after another cricketer who have come up on the international stage and done extremely well. So in cricket, we had a lot of stars to look up to. And today in other sports also, we have a lot of stars we can look up to. So I think the time has started when the country, the mindset has changed, the way Prime Minister Modi said, "Kheloge to khiloge." It's all about participation, it's all about your involvement in sports rather than just thinking about winning and all that. On one hand, the government has increased the sports budget 3 times in the last 10 years. Apart than that, we have spent close to 3,000 crore rupees on creating about 300 sports infrastructure. Apart than that, we have a lot of other schemes for the benefit of players, so that they can perform well rather than worry about their facilities, how they can train, where they can train, who will fund for that. Now that is not the worry today. They all need to think about training hard and performing at the national and at the international stage. And that is why India has won for the first time ever 100+ medals in the Asian Games.
अनुराग जी, क्योंकि सॉफ्ट पावर की बात हो रही है और वो बज़वर्ड है आज का, तो इसी से जुड़ा एक और सवाल ये कि हमारी भारत की जो इस समय दुनिया में जो स्थान है, जो जगह है और जहां हम पहुंच रहे हैं, जहां हम पहुंचने का लक्ष्य रखते हैं, सॉफ्ट पावर से हार्ड गेन्स संभव हैं?
मुझे लगता है गेन के बारे में क्यों सोचते हो? मैंने एक शब्द अपने पिछले उत्तर में कहा, खेलोगे तो खेलोगे। आपको तो अपना कर्तव्य निभाना है, कर्म करने, बाकी फल की चिंता नहीं करनी है। और आज का भारत अपने कर्म कर रहा है, फल अपने आप मिल रहे हैं। कहाँ 10वीं लड़खड़ाती चरमराती अर्थव्यवस्था थी, आज दुनिया की 5वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था हम बनकर खड़े हो गए हैं। और जब मोदी जी तीसरी बार आएंगे तो विल बिकम द 3rd लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी इन द वर्ल्ड। सो हमें अपने एफर्ट्स में कोई कमी नहीं करनी चाहिए। इसलिए मैं कई बार खिलाड़ियों से भी कहता हूं कि आपको अपना जो पार्ट है वो प्ले करना है, मुझे अपना करना है। एक समय था जब खिलाड़ी को लगता था कि परिवार में अगर कोई रिक्शा चलाने वाला है, मान लो पिता कोई चाय बेचने वाला है, कोई सब्जी बेचने वाला है, तो उसका बच्चा यहाँ तक कैसे पहुँचेगा। आज मैं आप सबकी जानकारी के लिए बताना चाहता हूँ, आज खेलो इंडिया अभियान के बाद, टॉप स्कीम के बाद, टारगेट ओलंपिक पोडियम स्कीम में बोर्डिंग, लॉजिंग, ट्रेनिंग सारा खर्चा भारत सरकार वहन करती है। और जो एलीट एथलीट है उसको 6 लाख रुपया साल का जेब खर्च अलग से देती है खेलने के लिए, ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए। और इसी तरह से जो डेवलपमेंट एथलीट है उसको 3 लाख जेब खर्च अलग से देती है। और बाकी सारा बोर्डिंग, लॉजिंग, ट्रेनिंग देश और विदेश का सारा खर्चा भारत सरकार करती है। फिर आता है खेलो इंडिया एक्रेडिटेड एकेडमी। मान लीजिए पुलेला गोपीचंद की एकेडमी चलती है, वहाँ पे किसी खिलाड़ी को जाके सिलेक्शन होकर ट्रायल दिया, खेले, तो उनको 5 लाख रुपया बोर्डिंग, लॉजिंग, ट्रेनिंग के लिए और 1,20,000 रुपया जेब खर्च के लिए अलग से मिलता है। ऐसे 3,000 खिलाड़ियों को प्राइवेट एकेडमीज में भारत सरकार फंड कर रही है ताकि पूर्व खिलाड़ी उनको अच्छी ट्रेनिंग दे सकें और भारत के लिए खेल सकें। लगभग 23 नेशनल सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस बना दिए हैं। 69 साइट ट्रेनिंग सेंटर हैं, और आज़ादी के जब हम 75 वर्ष मना रहे थे साल पहले, तो मैंने कहा था 750 हम खेलो इंडिया सेंटर बनाएंगे। आज मैं इस मंच पे कह रहा हूँ 750 नहीं, 750 नहीं, 1075 1075 हमने पूरे कर दिए। So that is the speed, size and scale at which we are working today. अभी बहुत आगे जाना है। राज्य की सरकारें भी अगर, क्योंकि स्पोर्ट्स इज स्टेट सब्जेक्ट, अगर राज्य की सरकारें थोड़ी मदद करेंगी, थोड़ा और अच्छा करेंगी, तो भारत जैसे देश में 36 स्टेट्स और यूनियन टेरिटरीज में से अगर 20 भी अच्छा कर लें, तो मैं कह सकता हूं जो लक्ष्य मैंने 2036 के लिए रखा है कि इंडिया दुनिया की पहली 10 मेडल विनिंग कंट्रीज में से एक हो, और 2047 तक हम दुनिया के पहले 5 देशों में हो जो मेडल जीतने वालों में हैं।
Now, we'll talk about that bid for Olympics for 2036, sir, but let's also get Barun to talk to us about soft power. You had that in your keynote address, sir. I want to ask you, what is the role that media can play in building a brand for India when it comes to that being used as soft power?
Thank you, Meha. I think fundamentally, media exists without any specific objective. Media is supposed to be a social catalyst. I mean, if you talk about news media. So we reflect the society and we act as a social catalyst. But as part of the largest news network of a country, what I see is that as far as sports and entertainment is concerned, it's an exciting time for India, like in many other spheres. First of all, I think the winner is first born in the mind, and then you have to have an intent to win, which is what I think the Prime Minister's leadership and Anurag's guidance had happened and instituted in India, there, where Indians want to win, which is what, as a media custodian, as a largest news network, we should try and reflect. There are excellences which we are saying. Obviously, what keeps coming to my mind is Gopi, who's sitting here, good friend. He's shown that he was possibly the second All England champion after about 29 years or so. He won it all by himself. But then he decided that he'll create many champions. So he set up that academy. And then, as Anuragji said, that the nation is supporting the administration and the government is supporting that. So this acts as a very, I think it's a self-fueling positive spiral which will only grow from now.
See, as far as the media is concerned, let me add something to that. When I used to play cricket, rather than the money or the cash prize, it is the next day news in the newspapers, which is to encourage like sports person like us, कि अच्छा अखबार में नाम छप गया, अब देश में हमें लोग जानते हैं. तो मीडिया एक बहुत बड़ा रोल अदा कर सकता है, वो पैसों से बहुत बड़ा है, आपको पहचान दिलाने का.
Right. Sir, I will just, absolutely. This is a very good point that unless and until we bring that to limelight, we celebrate those successes, the successes will remain confined to some corners here and there. So that definitely is a role that media has to play.
अनुराग जी, और अभी क्योंकि आपने कहा कि जब आप क्रिकेट खेलते थे, तो ये एक सवाल ज़रूर सबके मन में आता है कि क्रिकेट भी आपका पैशन है, पॉलिटिक्स भी आपका पैशन है, तो एक पैशन को छोड़कर दूसरे पैशन को चुना है, या वो साथ साथ कैसे, मतलब क्रिकेट को छोड़ा कैसे, राजनीति की तरफ ज़्यादा पैशनेट कैसे हो गए?
देखिए, छोड़ना कोई नहीं चाहता. मैं पंजाब की और नॉर्थ जोन की टीम का कैप्टन था, ऑल इंडिया चैंपियन रहे, अंडर 16, अंडर 19, नॉर्थ जोन अंडर 19, ऑल इंडिया चैंपियन, अंडर 19 कैंप से लेकर रणजी ट्रॉफी तक सब खेले. लेकिन बहुत छोटी उम्र में छोड़ना पड़ गया, परिवार की परिस्थितियां ऐसी थी. लेकिन जब मैं 25 साल की उम्र में हिमाचल क्रिकेट संघ का अध्यक्ष बना, तब सबसे बड़ी चुनौती थी कि स्टेट में एक भी ग्राउंड नहीं है, कोई बड़ा मैच नहीं होता, कोई मैच जीता नहीं. एट द एज ऑफ 26, I built that Dharamshala Cricket Stadium without any government, without even a single penny from any government, neither central nor the state government. तो एक जुनून था कुछ करने का, वापस गेम को देने का. और जब वहाँ अच्छा किया तो उसमें राजनीति आ गई, राजनीति लोग आ गए, और मैं जो राजनीति से 100 कदम दूर था, मेरे लिए भी राजनीति के द्वार खुल गए। आज मैं आपके सामने चौथी बार का लोकसभा एमपी बैठा हूं। वो स्टेडियम नहीं बनाया होता तो शायद यहां नहीं होता। तो ईश्वर ने आपके लिए कहां लेके जाना उसके रास्ते बना के रखे हैं। आपको केवल अपना कर्म करना है। मैंने पहले भी कहा, मैं क्रिकेट खेलना चाहता था, मेरे पिता मुझे फौजी बनाना चाहते थे, वो खुद प्रोफेसर थे, मेरे दादा परदादा फौजी थे। मैं तीसरी बार सांसद बना, तब जाके मैंने 2016 में टेरिटोरियल आर्मी में मैं लेफ्टिनेंट बना। अब मैं कैप्टन हूं। अब मैंने मेजर का एग्जाम दिया, देखता हूं पास हो गया तो थोड़ी दिनों में मेजर भी बन जाऊंगा। तो आप कहां जा सकते हो कोई पता नहीं चलता। तो जहां पे भी आप हो वो आप काम अच्छे करते रहें।
Sir, Paris Olympics is 5 months away. This is a headline question now. What are you expecting from our Indian athletes? Are we going to better Tokyo?
If you look at Tokyo Olympics, we were facing the COVID-19 pandemic at that time. It was very hard to train the players locally or maybe overseas. But we provided them all kind of help. Look at Mirabai Chanu. She got injured in India. Within 24 hours, she was given the US visa. We sent her coach and physio with her. After that, the visa was stopped and the entry was banned into US also. So she trained in US for 6 months. Many of our athletes were training overseas in Europe. She flew directly from US to Japan in Tokyo. And the first medal won for India at Tokyo Olympic was by Mirabai Chanu. So that is how the government of India helped her with funding her recovery and everything, and she won us the medal. So मैं यही कहता हूँ कि तब आपने सोचा नहीं था, लेकिन हमने आज तक के सबसे ज़्यादा मेडल टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स में जीते। उसके बाद कॉमनवेल्थ गेम में हमने 61 मेडल जीते। उससे पहले पैरालंपिक्स में 19 मेडल जीते, डेफ ओलंपिक्स में 28 मेडल जीते। और जब हम एशियन गेम्स में जाने लगे तब मैंने कहा था इस बार 100 पार। तो सबको लगा नेता है, नेता जैसा भाषण दे दिया, इस बार 100 पार होगा नहीं होगा। बट मुझे विश्वास था मेरे खिलाड़ियों पर, जो हमने सुविधाएं दी थी। और इस बार भारत ने 107 मेडल जीते हैं एशियन गेम्स में। और जब पैरा एशियन गेम्स में हमारी टीम गई तब मैंने कहा, एबल एथलीट्स का रिकॉर्ड तोड़ोगे? कैन यू ब्रेक द एबल एथलीट्स रिकॉर्ड? दे सेड ऑफ कोर्स यस। और उनका कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल देखने वाला था। और हमारे पैरा एथलीट्स ने पैरा एशियन गेम्स में 111 मेडल जीतने का काम किया है। तो मुझे तो विश्वास है, मैं आपके दर्शकों से पूछ लेता हूं, आपको विश्वास है पेरिस ओलंपिक में टोक्यो ओलंपिक से बेहतर जीतेंगे अवार्ड्स?
आई विल टेक द लिबर्टी, क्योंकि अनुराग जी मौजूद हैं और अनुराग जी ने कहा कि उन्होंने 100 पार का स्लोगन दे दिया था। तो क्योंकि आप यहाँ हैं तो राजनीति से भी जुड़े 2-1 सवाल ज़रूर पूछ लूँ मैं आपसे। 400 पार का नारा भी दे दिया है अब की बार, लेकिन वो जो सामने गठबंधन है, वो जो लग रहा था कि इकट्ठा नहीं हो रहा है, अब इकट्ठा होता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। गठबंधन दिल्ली में भी हो गया है, आम आदमी पार्टी और कांग्रेस के बीच में गठबंधन, बाकी गुजरात में हो गया है, हरियाणा में हो गया है, ऐसे ही इकट्ठा होते जा रहे हैं। लग रहा है पश्चिम बंगाल में भी शायद कुछ बात बन जाएगी। तो ये इकट्ठा होने में कुछ फर्क पड़ेगा वो 400 पार के नारे पर?
0 + 0 कितना होता है? ये कोई पहली बार इकट्ठे हुए हैं? ये कोई पहली बार इकट्ठे नहीं हुए। मैं आपके याद करवाऊं, 2017 में उत्तर प्रदेश का विधानसभा चुनाव था, 2022 में यूपी का विधानसभा चुनाव था, 2019 का लोकसभा चुनाव था। ऐसे कई चुनावों में ये महागठबंधन जो काफ़ी ठग, यानी कि जिनके बाकी तरह के आरोप भ्रष्टाचार के लगे हैं, कोई बेल पर है, कोई जेल में है, वो सब लोग इकट्ठे हुए हैं। लेकिन ये चाहते क्या हैं? They're going to scratch each other's back just to support them because they are facing the corruption cases. और ये भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप जो सह रहे हैं, और श्रीमान राहुल गांधी जी, सोनिया गांधी जी भ्रष्टाचार के मामले में बेल पर हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जो सबको ईमानदारी के सर्टिफिकेट बांटते थे, वो 7 बार ईडी के समन आने के बाद भी आज जाते नहीं। लेकिन जब राजनीति में नहीं थे तब ज्ञान बांटते थे कि कांग्रेस वालों को भ्रष्टाचार के चलते बाहर करो। जितने ईमानदारी के सर्टिफिकेट इन्होंने अपने हेल्थ मिनिस्टर को दिए, वो 1.5 साल जेल में रहे। इन्होंने अपने शराब घोटाले वाले मंत्री को दिए वो जेल में है, उप मुख्यमंत्री वो हैं, अपने सांसद को ईमानदारी का सर्टिफिकेट दिया, सब लोग जेल में हैं, किसी को बेल भी नहीं मिली। तो आप लोगों के पास मोदी के खिलाफ क्या लेके जा रहे हो? क्या आपके पास ईमानदारी है? मैं गर्व के साथ सीना चौड़ा करके और सिर उठाकर कह सकता हूं, 2014 में हमने कहा था भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त शासन देंगे। आज 10 साल के बाद मैं कहता हूं 10 पैसे का भी भ्रष्टाचार भारत में नहीं हुआ, तो मोदी सरकार में ईमानदारी के साथ हमने काम किया है और आगे भी करेंगे। लेकिन देश में जो 70 साल में इन्होंने नींव डाल रखी भ्रष्टाचार की, वो सिस्टम में खत्म करते करते समय लगेगा। लेकिन आज मैं अपनी सरकार के बारे में तो कह सकता हूं, ईमानदारी के साथ मंत्री से लेकर प्रधानमंत्री ने काम किया है। दूसरा, आज हम भारत को, आपने बार बार सॉफ्ट पावर की बात कही, आप किसी भी पावर की बात कर लें, सॉफ्ट पावर की बात कर लें, हार्ड पावर की बात करें, इकोनॉमिक पावर की बात करें, आज हर क्षेत्र में भारत आगे जा रहा है। सॉफ्ट पावर में स्पोर्ट्स से लेके सिनेमा तक, कल्चर से लेके स्पेस तक हमारा बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। हमारी फिल्में, हम दुनिया के सबसे बड़े फिल्म निर्माता वाले देश हैं, लेकिन बड़े पर्दे वाली फिल्में हमारी दुनिया में जाके अच्छी नहीं करती थी। बट देयर इज नथिंग रीजनल टुडे। If your content is good, it quickly becomes from regional to national, then to international. And that is how RRR has won the award. That is how Elephant Whisperer has won the award at the Oscars level. एक नहीं अनेक प्लेटफॉर्म पर भारत के कंटेंट ने अपनी धूम मचाई है। और आप मेरी बात मान के रखिए, अगले 10 वर्षों में इंडिया विल बी द कंटेंट हब ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, विल बी द कंटेंट कॉन्टिनेंट, इफ आई हैव टू से दिस। और ये मैं बहुत गंभीरता से इसलिए कह रहा हूं, टेक्नोलॉजी का जो रोल है, आज भारत में पोस्ट प्रोडक्शन की बहुत सारी संभावनाएं बनी हैं। हमारे यहाँ पे स्टोरी टेलिंग की कंट्री, बहुत सारे अवसर हैं नए कंटेंट क्रिएट करके देने का। ओटीटी ने एक नया अवसर खोले हैं। दूसरा मैं कहना चाहता हूं, स्पोर्ट्स में हमने अच्छा किया। ये तीसरा, स्पेस की दुनिया में जापान और यूएस अब पहुंचा है। हमारे भारत ने चंद्रयान मिशन की सफलता करके साउथ पोल पर चंद्रमा के तिरंगा झंडा फहरा दिया है। ये भारत ने किया है स्पेस सेक्टर में भी। अब कोई सेक्टर आप लेंगे इकोनॉमी से लेके, बाकी हम अच्छा ही कर रहे हैं। और मैं उत्तर यही देना चाहता हूं, जब हम अच्छा कर रहे हैं तो मुझे लगता है लोग भी अच्छा ही रिजल्ट देंगे, वोट भी अच्छा ही डालेंगे।
So you monitor what we watch as the Minister for Information and Broadcasting. What is it that you watch?
आप एक युद्ध से दूसरे युद्ध चले जाते हो, कभी यूक्रेन कभी इजराइल का दिखाते हो। लेकिन मैं यही कहता हूं, युद्ध के समय भी दुनिया भर की सप्लाई चेन डिसरप्ट हुई, लेकिन उस समय भी भारत ने जो फर्म स्टैंड लिया, चाहे ऑयल बाइंग का था, गैस का था, भारत ने अपना स्टैंड क्लियर किया कि हमारे लिए प्राथमिकता भारत की 140 करोड़ की जनता है। तो दुनिया को झुकना पड़ा और भारत की बात को मानना पड़ा। दूसरा, कोविड-19 पैंडेमिक के समय दुनिया के ऊपर अगर हम निर्भर रहते तो शायद 140 करोड़ भारतीयों को 220 करोड़ वैक्सीन नहीं लगती। आज अगर 220 करोड़ वैक्सीन मुफ्त में लगी है और 80 करोड़ लोगों को मुफ्त में अनाज मिला है, और अगले 5 साल की गारंटी भी मोदी की गारंटी है, और 4 करोड़ पक्के मकान, 10 करोड़ बहनों को रसोई गैस का सिलेंडर, 12 करोड़ शौचालय टॉयलेट्स मिले, 13 करोड़ घरों को नल से जल मिला, 60 करोड़ लोगों को आयुष्मान भारत के 5 लाख का इलाज हर साल मुफ्त मिलता है। तो मैं ये कह सकता हूँ, ये तभी होता है जब सरकार डिलीवर करने वाली आती है। और आपका कंटेंट मैं टीवी पर देखता हूँ, आप अच्छी स्टोरीज भी दिखाते हैं कि मोदी सरकार ने कैसे अच्छा काम किया है।
Then let's also involve Barun in this. He's feeling a little left out. Let's talk about fitness, Barun. I know that you, Mr. Thakur, you guys are fitness enthusiasts. You're passionate sports lovers. I've got to ask you this. India being one of the youngest populations, right? Average age of an Indian is 29. How can we make sports an intrinsic part of our culture across age groups? Barun, your thoughts on that?
It's a difficult question. I haven't thought about it. Let me just think on the go. I think sports is not really a discipline. according to me, sports is an attitude. Like some time back, even today, if I have to recruit even a top management person, in his resume, I look through whether he's played any games and sports or not. So I believe that we have a great opportunity to grab if we can inculcate sports to be an attitude in our country's citizens, which is what's happening now. Now, if you see what IPL has done, today you have one full, almost if you replace the 11 top players of Indian cricket team, you have another 11 filling up. India would produce so many pace bowlers, a series of them we've never thought. That's what IPL has done. And IPL also has inculcated appetite in youth. As I always maintain that there's no harm in earning fame and money, provided you have put in effort for it and you have the competence for it. So that is what is the opportunity to be grabbed. And badminton is another game where I think today there would be several players in top 50 which we've never seen. This sensitivity, when we celebrate these winning moments in media across the country, that's what drives the youth of a country to excel and to be accolated, to be celebrated, to be awarded. So that's what India's moment is all about.
Okay, I've been asked to wrap up, but the journalist in me wants to ask you one last question, sir. Prime Minister Modi has spoken about the bid to Olympics for 2036. Is India ready? Are we ready to host an event of that scale in our country? And if we are, what city could that be in?
I think Prime Minister Modi made it very clear during the IOC session in Mumbai that India is very serious to host the 2036 Summer Olympics. And before that, we want to host the 2030 Youth Olympics. And I have a reason to say so. If you look at India today in the last 10 years, from fragile 5, we have become the fifth largest economy of the world. On the other hand, if you look at Self-Reliant India campaign, the Atmanirbhar Bharat, from being the second largest importer of the mobile phones, India has become the second largest manufacturer of the mobile phones. From 85% of the toys being imported from overseas, now India has 90% of the toys production made in India and exporting to the world. From being the largest importer of the defense equipment, India has 1 lakh crore defense production last year, and which had 16,000 crore rupees export as well. So if you look at sector to sector, India is doing extremely well. Economy-wise, we are the 5th largest. In the next 5 years, we're going to be the 3rd largest. By 2036, Indian economy will be much larger. On the other hand, in India, if you look at the capex, the investment on the capital expenditure, it has gone up. Last year it was 10 lakh crore rupees. This year it is 111 crore rupees. That means 11 lakh crore plus will be spent to create infra. On the other hand, the cities are growing, the infrastructure is growing. From 74 airports, we are 150 airports today. The sports infra is also becoming better and better with each passing day. We have the 1.4 billion population, out of which 65% is below the age of 35 years. That clearly shows 1/6 of the humanity, the 1/6 of the total population of the world lives in India. So what could be a bigger market? We have 1 billion mobile phones, smartphones. We have 1 billion internet connections. We have the largest population to see the Olympic sport last time. And this time it makes more sense for the IOC to give 2036 Olympics to none other than Bharat, our India.
So that will be a very serious bid. Okay, we are being asked that this is a wrap from us for now. Thank you so much, Mr. Minister, for joining us. Thank you, Barun, for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for TV9's Meha and Samantha, and of course, requesting Shri Anurag ji and Mr. Barun Das to please stay on stage and move toward the awards section of the stage, because it is time now for our Nakshatra Samman Awards, the first set of Nakshatra Samman Awards for the night, isn't it, Neha?
That's correct, Krishna. Now, as India gears up for sports ascendancy.
Requesting, sir, Anurag ji and Barun, sir, to please move on to the awards section of the stage.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. All right, now, as India gears up for sports ascendancy, the importance of infrastructure development remains supreme. And Shri Anurag Thakur has been instrumental in developing sporting infrastructure across India, which has helped Indians from humble backgrounds to excel in a wide range of sports going way beyond cricket. This is clearly mirrored in the Nakshatra Samman winners from the world of sports.
That's right. The stories of all those sporting winners of Nakshatra Samman, from an athlete, Harmilan Bands, to badminton player Anmol Kharb, to para-cricketer Amar Hussain Lone, to professional shooter Sift Kaur Samra. They are all success stories built by the creation of infrastructure in India. As they say, banega to badhega India, isn't it, Neha?
Absolutely, no two ways about it. Well, we will be felicitating all the sports Nakshatra Samman winners later tonight. But for now, let's get on with our first set of Nakshatra Samman with some very special winners. Time now to celebrate an actress who has been enthralling us with her performances for decades now. From the silver screen to OTT. She is the original must girl. She was the heartthrob of the 1990s and 2000s, is once again ruling our hearts thanks to OTT. She's performed some breakout roles that thrilled the public and critics alike. She's given power-packed performances, and now she is reinventing herself for the new age entertainment space. Ladies and gentlemen, the TV9 Network Nakshatra Samman goes to the ever-shining star, Raveena Tandon.
Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Raveena Tandon, requesting her to please come on stage to collect the award from Shri Anurag Thakur ji and Mr. Barun Das.
Thank you very much, Raveena, for being here with us.
All right, if we can ask her a quick question. Yeah, she has a mic. She has a mic.
Okay, sure.
Raveena, we have a quick question to ask you. You know, just realized you've been winning an award from your first performance. You won a Best Debutante award. From then for the movies to now OTT. And now this is the Nakshatra Samman. Can you tell us what does it feel like to keep coming up on award stages like this all the time?
First of all, thank you and a very good afternoon and a good evening to all of you here. I was just partially sitting there and hearing this very interesting conversation happening right now on stage, and I'm looking forward to my session as well. But nonetheless, thank you very much for this honor, and it always feels great from then, like you said. Anurag ji just said that why are we relegated to only 1990s heartthrobs whereas we women now are still very relevant,
You're
still
very
working,
much a heartthrob even today, Raveena.
we are very much there and we are here to stay forever and ever. But nonetheless, thank you so much for this, and it feels great always to be appreciated, whether it was the first debut award or it is now this very ever-shining star award. I just completely love this, and thank you again. And like I said, I'm looking forward to being up there with you guys very soon.
Can't wait,
We
Raveena.
can't wait.
And that award couldn't have been named better for somebody like you. Ever shining star. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause
Thank
for
you.
Raveena Tandon.
Tandon.
All right. So that's the first big Nakshatra Samman award for the evening. But time now to move on to the other big winner in the first set of awards. With that, we're also thanking Shri Anurag Thakurji for taking time out to be with us. Thank you so much for being with us here at TV9 What India Thinks Today.
Right, thanks very much once again to Raveena Tandon, to Barun Das and to Shri Anurag Thakur for being here in our midst. Of course, everyone's looking forward to Raveena's session. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the next session of TV9 What India Thinks Today, presented by Punawala Fincorp, co-powered by Zydus Wellness, Ultra Tech, Priya Gold and Finolex Cables, where we will continue to stick with the world of sports.
Absolutely, Neha. The next session is titled Sports Burnishing, an opportunity for new India. And it's all about how sport can be used as a fuel that can make brand India burn brighter in all its glory.
And we have a very special panel of guests lined up for this session, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for Pulela Gopichand, former All-England champion and national badminton coach.
Please take a seat, sir. Up next, we have Latika Khaneja, CEO, Collage Sports Management. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Latika Khaneja.
All right, next up, we have with us Pierre Norbert, CCO, Bundesliga.
Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Pierre Norbert. Guten Tag, Pierre. Please take the stage. And finally, we have Markus Kretschmer, former CEO, FG Austria Vienna, requesting him to please take the stage.
Thank you so much to all of you for being here with us. And this session is going to be moderated by business strategist and marketing veteran Mr. Lloyd Matthias and TV9 Network's Shweta Kothari. If we could request both of them to take the floor, please.
All right, I think before we begin, may I also please call on Subhranshu Singh, Chief Marketing Officer, CVBU at Tata Motors. Subhranshu? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, absolute pleasure to be here. But before I kick off on what is in the session, I am a storyteller. I'm a journalist. So I'm going to begin with a story. There's a boy I know about 300 kilometers from here who wanted to be a footballer. He decided that at the age of 16, he will move out because the city that he is in does not possibly offer a turf or sporting professionals who will help him achieve his dreams. He comes from a middle-class family. So he moves to the next best possible place, which is Chandigarh. From Chandigarh, he gets trained. Now, it takes money, of course, to be trained. If you want to be a footballer in India, you know that there's not enough coaching facilities available, and he gets that right kind of coaching and the right kind of turf in Chandigarh. At this time, he's trained. He's told he has potential. So then he decides to go to Bengaluru, Bengaluru is where he starts his sort of professional football training as well as his journey. Now, it's already been 3 years in the process. He's now 21 years old. A lot of people are telling him that his time is over. A lot of others are telling him, don't listen to them. Your story is still unending. It's unfinished. It's not written off just as yet. Now, this is a story of a typical new India, where parents are not scared to send their children away because they believe sports has a future. At the same time, this is also a story of an audacious young person who is willing to put off his studies because he understands that his home city does not offer him that kind of facility, and move out of his comfort zone to different cities at a very young, tender age of 16 years old. Now, this happens to be my brother, and I'm very fortunate to be sitting here. But this, as I said, is also a story of every other young Indian family, as well as a person who has willingness to do something, perhaps is not able to do so in absence of enough facilities, even though he has potential. As I said, his story is still unfinished, so we don't know. He may just be a professional footballer. But as we kickstart this session, the first big question I believe we have in front of us is that we want sports to have to be synonymous to brand India. I want to come to you, Lloyd, and since you're my co-panelist, and I think maybe you can take it off to other panelists here, how close are we to achieving that dream of India going beyond cricket and also building an image of a sporting nation?
Hey, thank you, Shweta. And I think we've got a great set of panel who should be answering this. But if I could just say one thing, I think the last decade truly has seen Indian sport come of age. As many people would say, for a long time we were a one-trick pony, right? Cricket was Indian sport. I think clearly what we've seen in the last decade is the coming of age of many other sports. Of course, athletics with Neerav Chopra was a big turning point, but across chess, across badminton, across the whole range of sports, I think today India has become a major force. And I think that has been one significant achievement. And clearly, just given the size of the growing Indian economy, I think you could say we're punching below our weight. I think that's slowly correcting itself. And I hope through the course of this session, we'll actually be able to probe deeper into this aspect.
I think no better than Pullela to answer that question. Pullela, do you still think we are punching below our weight? Do you think we are getting there just as yet? We heard Sports Minister just before the session, and he talked about how India has had a pivotal journey in sports in the last decade. And I believe a lot of you agree that there have been significant changes. Would you agree with that?
Well, I think the last 10 years have been phenomenal in Indian sport. I think the way the growth has been is enormous. The inspiration has been fantastic. No time before has the Prime Minister of the country spoken about sports so much. No time before has a prime news channel kicked off with sport as one of its major events. So I think we are looking at sport as a primary news making, as a primary decision making, people taking up sport. And I think I'll get back to your brother's story in that one bit, because what has happened is this huge inspiration, and also what the sports minister spoke about, Khelo India and all of that, has made kids in the country aspire, parents in the country think that this dream is possible. And they have taken up sport very, very rigorously. What is also happening is that kids, players are taking up sport, leaving education. Your brother left it at 16, so he at least has some leeway. But for some, it's happening at 9. And that is a big case of concern, wherein we have, because at the end of the day, sport has only a very thin margin of people. We have people speaking about how, and I don't know if I can articulate it very well, but we are talking about how there are 6,000 kids across various sports who are giving 6 lakhs a month and 3 lakhs a month and stuff. But in reality, what happens to the 5,600 people who don't make it? Where are they going for their jobs? Are they skilled enough for their next journey? I think this is a big case of concern for me, who has seen the entire ecosystem of sport. For me, I think if you fail at 21, and if you have the education and the skill set, like I really loved when Barun said, I will pick people who have played sport. But what happens if that guy doesn't have any education at all? And this is a cause of concern. So at 30, if you're a world champion, you have another 30 years to live, and you don't have the skill sets for the next set of your life, what happens to you? So these are more of the concerns, because we have grown too fast as a country in sport. We are still pushing forward in big force, and that is amazing. On that side of the story, I'm super excited, and it should continue. But I think we need to look at the entire ecosystem, because all it takes is one generation of failed sports person to show that the society, to show to the society, or the society will see it and say, there's no use playing sport. So you don't want that to happen.
So great to know that things are changing, and thank you for sharing that candidly, Gopi. I want to go across to Latika, and I know Latika from a different era, the late 90s, when I headed marketing at Pepsi, and we used to go to Latika because she managed a whole bunch of Super A cricketers. Virendra Sehwag, I remember a long conversation with her. And then somewhere in the mid-2000s or 2005 thereabouts, she got into other sports. You, I think, signed on Abhinav Bindra and then subsequently other sports. So Latika, is it really changing when it comes to support to other sports? Or are we still predominantly a one-sport nation?
Well, fortunately, nothing ever happened to the primary sport. It only grew in size, stature. The leagues came on and gave a livelihood to so many more cricketers. So in every possible way, it's given money to coaches, to professionals, to marketing people, to people who genuinely wanted to make a career in sport. So let's not denounce cricket at the cost of other sports. We can definitely have everything coexisting. And in the 2 odd decades that I have been involved in this, definitely other sports have come a very, very long way. So I don't think we can say that other sports do not get their recognition. They definitely do. And I think it's all a part of the evolution. The boost has to come from private participation. The boost has to come from media, from channels, from various formats. And the more people who are involved in sport, the more are these solutions going to come out, because the sportsman has to play his sport. For everyone else to figure out how to make a livelihood for them, that is the job of marketing, of business. And I think everyone needs to redirect their energies, and examples of that would be the ISL League, the Pro Kabaddi tournament, the various other tournaments that have come up in the country, because we are a huge population and any amount of entertainment is never going to be enough. So we need to work on that.
Absolutely. Pia, thank you for coming to India.
My pleasure.
Well, I think as a country which is known for its cricketing fanfare and the currency that it has, the biggest sporting currency that it has, and it has continued to bank on it for a very long time, is cricket. We want to change that image. We want to go beyond cricket, and we are moving those strides. I mean, we've discussed all of that, and we will continue to. But as far as football is concerned, as you have been associated with one of the biggest football leagues in the world, how do we build an ecosystem where we can help nurture talent from the very grassroots level?
So first and foremost, thanks for having me, and really impressed by this event. It's a great experience. And secondly, we should maybe touch base on your brother's career path for the future. Coming back to your question, how to build an ecosystem. Frankly, having tried to dig a bit deeper into the current situation of India's sports and your youth development system, I think let's say the foundation and the idea is exactly right. Looking at the idea of the Kilo India system, this is exactly what makes, I think, European sports successful. And then speaking maybe for Germany, because representing the second biggest football league in the world from Germany, this is how we build our ecosystem in terms of football, but also in sports. But it took a long time, right? It started right after World War II, it took us several decades in order to, lay the foundation of something we then, were able to earn the credits from at a later stage. So I think that's the one part. The second part is, as Barun and the Minister of Sports exactly pointed out, it's about the events, getting the right events in. And yes, I think the ambition to have the Olympics 2036 is perfect, but there are so many other major events you could have and which could really help and make India benefit from. That's exactly the right way to do in order to get the attention from international, but especially also to build fandom and talent nationally.
Thank you.
Sorry, Lloyd. As far as fandom is concerned, with a show of hands, how many of you watch football? Religiously watch football? All right, I think those are half the hands down, but a lot of people are football lovers in the country. Even then, for some matter, and I spoke to my, sports editor right before I got on this panel, because sporting is a self-admission, not something that I've done for a very long time. So she said that despite repeated efforts, for some reason, it just does not make enough money. So, there is the value proposition, there's the economic sense to it, which happens to be missing. And we were discussing this before, we came on the panel, that it's a classic chicken and egg situation to me. What do you do first? You pump in money, but then you also need enough reception, you also need enough revenues. But when the revenues only will come in when people are actually interested in watching. How do you break away from that conundrum?
I think never an easy situation, and a great question that, Shweta. I think the challenge is that today, with an increasing activist economy where shareholders want good returns, I think business leaders are tasked with ensuring they put their money where they get the best returns so that their companies prosper and shareholders get returns. Having said which, I think one big change that has happened is the government of India mandates that every company spends 2% of its post-tax profits on corporate social responsibility. I think where corporate India or India Inc. needs to look is virtually none of that gets into sport. Sport is considered too much of a, shall we say, a nice to do or a luxury. A lot of it goes into important issues like education and health. But I think the enablement of 2% of post-tax profits of a company for sports, I think is a great step in that direction.
Absolutely.
I think for that, the government needs to be applauded.
Absolutely.
Maybe I would like just to add, looking at the stats we are working with, we see that almost 25% of the Indian population is interested in football, of which more than 40% are between 16 and 34, which means that, I don't know if everybody is within that target or age group, but it seems like that football is, heavily growing in the younger target groups, which is great for us. We see our ratings on Sony more or less doubling each year. So you could sense an increasing demand for football, obviously in a very cricket-dominated market.
Absolutely. We have a very diverse group here, but I want to come to you, Marcus. I understand you are actively engaging with India to facilitate, young people especially, who want training in football to have a free flow from one country to another where they can get the right sort of training and then come back and perform in India. Talk to us a little bit about what you're doing with the government and with Indian institutions.
Yeah, thank you for the invitation. Great to be here. It's my first time in India and I'm really impressed. Yeah, we started in last June with one of my companies. I was for nearly 24 years CEO of an Austrian football club. We played also international. But then I started my own business and we said, okay, how can we support also other countries in this kind of soccer? And together with a friend from Switzerland and Germany, we founded a company. And we have, as a project, 3 issues. Because the one you said, and I guess this is the key for the Indian population, is the young population, young people working on sports, training in sports in school. And what we want to provide is that regularly, not only one time, Indian kids who are selected here, who are trained here, can come for, let's say, 2 weeks to Austria, to Germany, to Switzerland, have training there, play there against youth academies with the support like German Bundesliga, but also we talk to Austrian Bundesliga, to Swiss League, to give them a goal. And the second thing is also coach the coaches, bringing also coaches there, giving them the possibility to support. And don't forget, sports is a business, sports is an industry. So we also created programs, for example, for young doctors, for young lawyers from India who wants to work in sports. And I guess the know-how we have, especially in this region, Germany, Austria, Switzerland, within the last years with hosting the FIFA and UEFA, for example, in Switzerland, is a big possibility for young Indians, for young management people also to come there. Not only the children who want to play soccer, but also young students to come to Europe and also in the other direction. Very important.
Thank you, Marcus. I want to come to my friend Subhrangshu, and he's CMO at Tata Motors. And the Tatas, as we all know, have always been invested in sport, even long before CSR and such things came in. I remember back in the 80s, the Tata Football Academy bought in Pele's Cosmos, and this was another era. But the Tatas have consciously worked closely with sports, and not just at the macro levels. But as a marketer and a business person, Subhrangshu, do you think corporate India does enough for sport? Not just in a manner of the kind of returns they get, but also in terms of what needs to be done to build sports, the whole sports ecosystem in the country?
Well, purely as a marketer, I can say that the short answer is yes. Because today the media ecosystem all put together in terms of monetary value is growing at about 15 to 16%, whereas the economy has grown by 7 to 8%. So you have the answer, it's a double the clock rate. But we must realize, you mentioned CSR and other efforts to promote sports, including the trebling of the budget from the government side. But as a marketer, I'm looking to reach them, audiences, premium advertising audiences. So there are three large trends which have shaped the sports ecosystem. One is India is getting more affluent. Even at 7%, we double the GDP every 10 years. Naturally, it leads to leisure, it leads to recreation, it leads to India pride, which is a very important thing. The second thing that's happened is digital and television have merged in many ways. Social networking became social media at the same time that television started getting more and more aggressively about premier events. So from a business standpoint, why we are interested in sports is to reach the right audiences, give them what is really pure play reality TV. There is a event happening, there is an undecided conclusion to it. There is a large fan audience, there are committed eyeballs. And that's very precious and advertising which you don't miss. But with the emergence of digital going into live broadcasting and sport, they're actually moving away from digital because it's not about cheaper click streams, it's not about take action now, it's about creating something that has cultural cachet, something that has uniqueness, finesse, and elevation. So that cultural sensibility and preciousness is incredibly important, and if a brand is meaningfully associated with a sport, it can really do magic for that brand.
Terrific. I want to quickly get Gopi in, and as a sports superstar who brought us a lot of glory in a, shall we say, a less enabling atmosphere. And now as a sporting parent, your daughter Gayatri has achieved remarkably. What is your one big ask from policy makers, policy enablers, and from the corporate establishment? I mean, we've got Mr. Kant, we've got lots of big decision makers here. What do you think we need to do better to accelerate India's sporting prowess?
I think from policy makers, there is maybe two things which I would think is important. And way back I had heard about Modi ji talking about a bridge being made. He said somebody who's making the bridge is different, somebody who owns, like the municipality owns it, the railways has to build it, the roads have to be, they're different people. So in a similar sense, for performance, there are too many people involved. There is associations, there's government, there's private parties, there's managers, there's the whole lot of ecosystem. So I think that needs to be streamlined. Because on one side is the corporate side, the marketing side, the entire ecosystem of very different things. But performance is purely another ball game. It needs a set of people who are really committed, whether it's players, whether it's coaches and support staff, and an ecosystem which builds performance. We need to keep that isolated from the rest of it. So I would really look at policy and say, boss, get this done for us.
Okay.
The second thing for me which would be important is that what happens to, because there are thousands and thousands of people who are taking up sport, a very small percentage of them are successful. What happens to the huge number which we don't make it? How are we going to ensure that their lives are secure? So this would be also something which I would want to really look at sports policy. And one legislation which I would really love to see is government telling that we are not under bureaucrats. Sports administration is not under politicians, but sports is managed by professionals and people who know stuff and who are sports persons. That, from a legislation point, I would really want to see.
All right, fair enough. Latika, I think 2 to 3 very important points that Gopi made there. One, of course, is that sports should be managed by professionals. And the other is what happens to those who don't really succeed. If they don't have enough education, what are the leeways for them? As far as your understanding of managing sports for years now is concerned, what is your big ask of the government? What should they do now, especially at a time when India is aspiring to host Olympics? Let's address that as well. How do we up that performance?
The whole question of sports marketing, and a lot of foreign universities do offer courses in sports marketing or sports management. And a lot of children are very interested because they automatically assume that an interest in sports translates into some sort of skill at management, which is not necessarily true. The evolution of jobs which run parallel to it. Now, people who are in sports coaches, sports association, people to manage the associations, people to manage the sport. But that is primarily, I think, to start a sport with the whole intent of making a career out of it and having 3 different options is not really the way it's going to be. Sport has to be played for sport's sake. And then as opportunities come up, I mean, to have a policy where you say employ a whole lot of people and say the sports ministry and all of that is a very counterproductive thing to do. I think everyone has to play sports without the intention of turning into an elite sportsman. Play sports for the many, many psychological, physical, emotional benefits it gives you. And if from there you find that it carves out a career for you, I don't think the government can get involved in actually mapping IPL was like, okay, they were elite sportsmen, some of them made a career in IPL, and now there is 100 different leagues all over the world where they can participate.
Right.
But that comes from the love of the sport. This generation that is playing these leagues and all today in Australia and Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, they didn't know these opportunities were ever going to come up.
Absolutely.
So play for the sake of playing, enjoy your sport, excel at it as much as you can. But if you really think that there has to be a second grade to the whole thing, most old sports people become coaches, they become administrators, all my boys have become commentators now, which was unknown in the 90s. I mean, that they would have a career in commentary. Let life take you where it goes. I mean, to make a policy and say if you don't make the League A, you'll do this, you'll do that. Things will sort themselves out as they go along.
Thank you very much for that. Unfortunately, we've run out of time on this session, but thank you very much, all of you, for taking time out, for being here with us today. An absolutely wonderful session on what the future of sports is looking like. It is nice, it is bright. There's a lot of work that has been done in the last 10 years, perhaps lots more to do upcoming in the next 10. Thank you very much, all of you, for being a very patient audience. Thank you.
All right, requesting all the panelists to please stay on stage because we will be presenting them with a stole and a gift from Damilano. Requesting all the panelists to please stay on stage. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for all the panelists on stage. And of course, Mr. Lloyd Matthias and TV9's Shweta as well, for all of them. Requesting the presentation of a stall and Damilano right away, please. We can click photographs until then, please.
Could we request to all the guests, the speakers, to come forward for a photo op?
right, and with that, yes, we are presenting all the gifts with for the panelists with Damalano and the stole as well.
A little something for all our speakers to remember this evening by.
Yes, of course. And with that, we move on. And we're requesting Mr. Pulela Gopichand to please stay on stage to present the next set of Nakshatra Samman winners. And some of them are from the world of sport as well. So, and we're requesting Mr. Amitabh Kant to please take stage. We have Mr. Amitabh Kant, ladies and gentlemen. Huge round of applause for Mr. Amitabh Kant, requesting him to first present these awards and we're requesting them to take the stage at the award stage.
We're requesting Mr. Gopi Chand and Mr. Amitabh Kant
to please take the
award stage.
To please take the award stage. Nakshatra Samman winner in this set, since we have Mr. Pulela Gopichand on stage, is somebody from the world of badminton. India's next smash hit prodigy is making her opponents sweat. Her spirited performance clinched Asian glory, and now the world is at her feet. At just the age of 17, this teen sensation is out to set some new records. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Anmol Karb. Requesting Anmol Karb to please take the stage and receive the award from Mr. Amitabh Kant and Mr. Pulela Gopichand. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Anmol Karb. Right. Anmol, please don't leave the stage. We have a question for you. The mic is being passed on to you. I have a very simple question to ask. From the time you picked up that badminton racket, today, Mr. Pulela Gopichand, no less, is presenting you the Nakshatra Samman Award. What does that feel like?
I'm feeling very happy and I'm feeling very proud that I'm standing here and receiving a award from him. It's a very big thing for me because he's like the god for Indian badminton, so I'm very happy.
The god of Indian badminton himself presenting the award to Anmol Karb. Who could be the future goddess? Anmol, thank you so much for being with us tonight. Time now for the next award. Neha, we have a very special flautist Grammy Award winner, don't we?
Absolutely. His melodies speak to the soul. A bansuri maestro, ladies and gentlemen, who knows how to keep his audience spellbound, transcending boundaries, touching hearts with his ethereal music. His brilliance shines even brighter on the world stage. The TV9 Network Nakshatra Samman goes to the global star Rakesh Chaurasia.
Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Mr. Rakesh Chaurasia.
Could we please have Mr. Rakesh Chaurasia on stage?
Right. We will be passing on the award to Mr. Rakesh Chaurasia, but we have one more Nakshatra Samman award to be given, requesting Mr. Prelude and Mr. Amitabh Kant to stay with us. And that is, again, from the world of sport, a very, very, very special sporting person, somebody who surmounted all odds to play the game of cricket and play it like a champion. India's para-cricketing champion, Jammu and Kashmir's para-cricket team captain. Our next Nakshatra Samman goes to Amir Hussain Lone. Huge round of applause for Mr. Amir Hussain Lone. We do understand Mr. Amir Hussain Lone is here with his family, ladies and gentlemen.
So wonderful to see the wife and the proud kid accompanying Mr. Chaurasia. I beg your pardon, Mr. Lone. That's a great family picture and indeed a very, very special moment.
A special cricketer and a special award, ladies and gentlemen. Even as India is dominating England in the Test cricket, there you go. India is making new strides in the world of para-cricket with the likes of Amir Hussain Lone. His bravery and his tenacity has brought him to this stage, and it'll take him to many, many more stages after this. We here at the TV9 Network are extremely happy to present him with this award. Thank you, Amir Hussain Lone and family. And of course, thank you, Mr. Punawala and Mr. Amitabh Kant for giving this award. Requesting Mr. Amitabh Kant to not quickly leave us. He has just joined us. Mr. Amitabh Kant, please stay with us. We will be bringing you on stage for that fascinating discussion we're going to be having with you.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after that award ceremony, it's time for our next session on TV9 What India Thinks Today, presented by Punawala Fincorp, special partner Servacon. It's called Brand India, leveraging soft power.
Right. And talking about branding, Neha, taglines are crucial for branding. And around 35 years ago, a very famous tagline was born. It was meant to promote the state of Kerala's tourism initiative. It was called God's Own Country. I can't help but think how apt it still is. And it can be used for not just one state in India, but for brand India as a whole, isn't it, Neha?
I couldn't agree more with you, Krishna. And we have the man who was instrumental in the creation of that iconic tagline right in our midst this evening, ladies and gentlemen. India's might as a nation is not only in terms of its hard power, that's economic prowess or its strong government, it goes far beyond that. And who better to talk about leveraging India's soft power than our next guest?
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for Mr. Amitabh Kant.
India's G20 Sherpa, Mr. Amitabh Kant. If we could please have you on stage, sir, for the next session. And to conduct this session, let's invite on stage TV9 Network's Karthik Malhotra and Karthikesh Sharma.
All right, gentlemen, all yours.
As the name of the session is Brand India and Soft Power, I will not waste time and straight away ask questions to Mr. Khan. He doesn't need any introduction, but what is a soft power? How is it different from hard power? Prime Minister Narendra Modi has used parts of hard power, parts of soft power, which we call smart power. Is it Vasudev Kutumbakam? Is it Incredible India, the man who is sitting here who made the campaign? Or is it about Samman, Samvad, Samriddhi, Sanskriti, Evam Suraksha, which is part of our approach? Is it spirituality? As Barun very rightly pointed out, is it about that attractiveness, pride in India's ancient past, which is part of the Prime Minister's public diplomacy? Is it cultural circuit? Is it Ramayana circuit? Is it diaspora politics? Or is it plain, simple developmental work of Indian government, which is making schools, dams, not putting boots on ground? It's democracy, not dictatorship. So let me begin straight away, sir. You shepherded G20. Was it soft power? Was it hard power? Or was it smart power?
I think it was a blend of both the soft and the hard power. The soft power in terms of doing the G20 in over 220 different cities of India, doing it in several states of India, almost all the states and union territories of India, going back and using all our inherent cultural content. Every state brought its great art, culture, music all together, and ensuring that we are able to improve our cities during G20 in terms of drainage, sewage, solid waste, and also project India as Vasudev Kutumbakam, that is one earth, one family, one future. Because of our civilizational strength, that is, we may be, the whole world may have different political ideologies, may have different political leanings, different geographical boundaries, but we all come from one cosmos, and that cosmic power we use to really differentiate India from the rest of the world during G20.
Sir, I want to spend some more time on G20, and of course you have literally shepherded the whole G20 initiative, and in fact it went well beyond a festival. Festivals have a start time and an end time, and streets are decorated for a while. But look at New Delhi right now, for example. We are still dotted with G20. G20, thanks to you, has pretty much become part of the DNA of the country right now. Now, I want to understand from you in the context of soft power. Is soft power anything more than great packaging over a product that already is robust?
So, it's soft power is a concept which was used by an American professor.
1990.
Yeah, Joseph Nye, and he used it to say that it's not America which is famous because of its hard power, because of its economic strength, but it's famous because of its huge ability to have an impact on the minds of people across the world. And that's because of the brands it has created. In the Indian context, during G20, we were able to straddle different worlds. We were able to bring G7 together. We were able to bring all the emerging markets together. We were able to bring Russia, China all together. On all 83 paras, bring consensus on all paras. It demonstrated India's great ability to work with all countries of the world and bring consensus. The important thing about multilateral is nothing works without a consensus. To bring consensus on issues of development, on issues of sustainable development.
Would you call it diplomacy, sir? Would you call it soft power? What is that thin line between diplomacy and soft power?
So the thin line was it was a great combination of India's hard power, the fact that India was growing at rapid rates. It was a great combination of unique political leadership. If it wasn't for the stature and the great standing of the Prime Minister, it would have been very difficult to get consensus in the Russia-Ukraine para. It was, the great hard power of the fact that we had demonstrated India's digital strength through the digital public infrastructure. everybody has a digital identity. We do 46% of the real-time fast payment. The world accepted that it's leapfrog technologically in many parts, many areas of growth and progress.
Okay. You made the Incredible India campaign. You rebuild the imagination around tourism. So there are two questions. One, when we talk about soft power, what are its core? And the secondly, do you feel that we have gone beyond chicken tikka masala in context of, imagining India in terms of food? Because ultimately food is also part of, greater lifestyle cultural projection when it comes to projecting the attractiveness of a country.
So, the important thing is that you need to differentiate yourself in whatever you do. So when I started working on Kerala as a destination, Kerala was known for one product, and which was the Kovalam beach. And we went back to...
And the banana chips, sir.
Yeah, banana chips at that time. But
Since you mentioned chicken tikka masala.
We went back to the roots of Kerala. We went back to its traditional products. We went back to the inherent strength of its backwaters. We went back to its houseboats where not a single nail is used. We went back to Ayurveda. We went back to its mother of martial arts, Kalripet. We went back to its traditional architecture, Nalkittam, houses which have a unique spiritual strength. We went back, we restored all its traditional art forms from Tayyam to Kathakali to Mohiniyattam. And later when I came here and did the Incredible India brand, we went back to Ayurveda, we went back to yoga, we went back to meditation. So you need to there are 250 destinations competing with each other in the tourism marketplace. How do you differentiate yourself from the rest? You can never do it by aping the West.
Sir, but in the context of India, sorry to cut you short, is that an opportunity or a challenge that we are so diverse? Is it easy, or, I'm sure it's not easy, but is it even plausible to create a unique identity for brand India given the diversity?
Yeah, so the challenge is that India is bigger than 24 countries of Europe, plus another
so is it a challenge or an opportunity?
So the challenge is that actually every state of India, every single state of India and the union territories of India have a unique opportunity to create their own brands in the global market space. And tourism can grow and prosper much like what Rajasthan has done, much like what Kashmir has done, much like what Kerala has done. If every state of India becomes a global tourism brand, India's tourism will grow by 10x simply by doing that. So, tourism is the biggest job creator. Its multiplier impact is enormous. And every state of India must take this opportunity of really driving travel and tourism.
So ODOP, should that now progress from one district, one product to one district, one tourism? Is there merit in considering a services-based argument for ODOP?
So I don't think there's merit in one district, one tourism, but there's definitely merit in one state, one tourism, because tourism is a private sector play. So, from the time you arrive to the time you depart, you get in touch with a number of private sector players. So you need to work in cohesion with all of them, and therefore you need to create state brands. And these are very large states. Look at Uttar Pradesh. If it was a country, it would be the 5th largest country in the world. So, you have enormous strengths of... Bihar, for instance, can be a great Buddhism destination. UP can be a great Ramayana circuit. Even Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand have tremendous potential.
Mr. Kant, can you take us through the distinct effort made by Prime Minister Modi? A lot of Prime Ministers have addressed the issue of diaspora. There are two types of diaspora: economic opportunity diaspora, and one diaspora is a result of colonialism, indentured labor, Mauritius, Suriname, even Myanmar. These are the places where people remember what it meant to be an Indian in India, in Bharat. So when we look for the Bharatiyata, and I'm not using the word Indian, Bharatiyata, Prime Minister Modi made a special effort in the last 9.5 years of his tenure to marshal that diaspora. How has that worked for creating a new brand Bharat and for marshalling those resources for betterment of Bharat?
So one, let me first say that there's been an enormous, huge effort by the Prime Minister on his every single trip to mobilize, to actually communicate one-to-one with India's diaspora and create a sense of pride, great sense of honor, a great sense of giving them the feeling that what India has achieved in the last 9 years. And it's important to convey to them what India has achieved. That we've done, it's important to understand what India has done in terms of size and scale. We've done 40 million houses in the last 8 years, which is like making one Australia. We've done 110 million toilets, which is like making one Germany. We've done 253 million piped water connection, which is like providing a piped water connection to everyone in Brazil. We've done 80,000 kilometers of road. That's 3 times the diameter of the earth. And we do 46% of the real-time fast payments in the world. We did last year, we did 126 billion real-time fast payment on the mobile, on the go. Without going to a bank or without using an ATM machine. China was next with 26 billion. That was the difference. The difference was 105 billion between India and China. Now, how do you convey this? The Prime Minister's used this opportunity to actually communicate directly with Indian diaspora, and they've now understood how India has grown and prospered. And that is why the Bank of International Settlement said that what India has achieved in the last 8 years would have actually taken India 50 years to achieve. Now, you've conveyed that to the Indian diaspora through this communication, direct communication between the Prime Minister and the non-resident Indians.
So is that soft power? I want to come back to the subject. Does soft power have the potential to exist minus hard power? And that brings me back to the packaging analogy that I had given you earlier. You've got to have a solid product that you can package and you can communicate. So is the role of soft power limited to communicating the story of our achievements?
So the important thing to understand is what the Prime Minister is saying, that we need to grow rapidly into a $10 trillion economy by 2035, become a $35 trillion economy by 2047. This is important.
That's right.
Economic growth is critical. Economic growth is critical because you need to raise the per capita income of every individual. When you do that, automatically your hard power grows. Soft power is critical because you need to converge and integrate your hard power with your culture, your civilization, your music. Look at what has happened in the Grammy Award. You had 5 Grammy Awards this year. Look at what Ricky Cage has done to India. Zakir won 3 awards. Ricky Cage has been winning Grammy Awards. So these are the people who add to India's soft power. They are really the brand ambassadors of India.
Prime Minister has also defined, I want you to take us through that, because the Prime Minister's understanding of soft power is also around India being a civilizational state, a young country and an old nation. It also centers around great pride in our ancient values. It's about Bharatiyata. Can you take us through that journey? You have been part of the Incredible India Project, Startup India Project, Make in India Project. It rests on one simple word, Bharatiyata.
So there are two dimensions to it. First of all, we must understand that we are a very young India. The demographics of India are in our favor. That's our average age of the population is 28 right now. Even when we are 147, the average age will be about 34, 35. Even then, we'll be the youngest nation in the world. Second is that there is a huge civilizational strength to India. When India got colonized in 1700, India's contribution to global GDP was 24%. By the time we became independent, it had come down to 5%. What the Prime Minister is saying is that during our Amrit Kal period, we should accelerate the pace of our growth because we have very low dependency burden as far as demographics is concerned. That, to my mind, can never happen till you don't have a sense of pride, a great sense of honor about your own civilizational strength. That can never come from really copying the West. And that means that you must have a sense of pride of your own culture, your own art, your own music, and actually saying that this is India's civilization. Every young Indian must have a sense of pride on its own civilization. And when you have that inherent strength, you will drive India's growth story will be driven.
Sir, is pride enough? And I know that there is, of course, the $35 trillion target by 2047. You also just refer to that. And you're saying that you need better growth, faster growth to translate to better per capita income. But even at $35 trillion, you will have a per capita GDP, which would still be a fraction of what the developed world, gives its people today, given the vast size of our population. Obviously, we have our challenges, and with those challenges, we've got to grow even faster than, despite being the fastest economy of the world, is not enough for a country like India. So civilizational strength and attributes aside, there has got to be some scope of soft power, which I see being deployed by Prime Minister Modi, by the entire cabinet, and luminaries like you who worked on the India story for so long, where even hard economic issues like GDP are now pretty much, on the lips of every Indian. It's not something that was construed as a very hardcore economic subject. Today, thanks to perhaps soft power, these very hardcore economic concepts are now absolute lexical usage.
So just a couple of points. First, if you're a $35 trillion economy by 2047 means that you would have taken the per capita income of every Indian to close to about $17,500.
Compared to US, which still has about $76,000 per capita GDP.
Yeah. You see,
not comparing, just giving statistics.
It's very important to understand that we are a country of 1.4 billion people. That means you would have transformed the lives of 1.4 billion people in the world. That's important. Second is that India has got into a lot of sunrise areas of growth. This has never happened historically. If you look at it, it's never happened in India's history that you've started looking at electric mobility, you've started looking at battery storage, you're looking at semiconductors, you're doing mobile manufacturing.
Apple and Samsung, I think they're producing a lot more in India than China.
All these new areas of growth. And the third very critical thing is that if you look at the last 2 decades, all technological innovations that come from the western part of the world, whether it was Apple, Google, Meta, Amazon, and in China from Tencent and Alibaba. What India did was to create this open source, open API, globally interoperable model by which everybody can do a digital transaction. The private sector competes with global players. PhonePe competes with Google Pay here. And you have a number of unicorns. You have over 120 unicorns now giving you, what are they doing? They're giving you wealth creation. 35% of your stock market is being created by Zerodha, Gross, Upstock. You have young startups like GoDigit and Acco who are giving you insurance in 1 minute. So what has happened is that in India, on the mobile, on the go, you can do fast payment, you can do wealth creation, you can do credit, you can do insurance, all in 30 seconds to 1 minute. This doesn't happen anywhere in the world. Nowhere in the world does this happen.
Okay.
And nowhere in the world has any country lifted, what has India done? It has lifted 25 million people above the poverty line in the last 9 years. Nowhere else in the world has this happened. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
2 quick questions. One I have wrestled with. Is soft power a process or a product? And the second thing is, sir, if you look at the soft power approach of India, often we have seen that the soft power, because we have looked into the potentials of soft power in terms of branding. Second question is also about the challenges. It fails to change the behavior of the neighboring state because of political instability. Look at Afghanistan. We built schools, we built Salma Dam. The behavior did not change. Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee's initiative of Kashmiriyat, free trade, movement of people, it didn't really change the sentiment of the Pakistani army. Or the Act East Asia policy from Narasimha Rao to Act East Asia of Prime Minister Modi. Now there's a fence coming up because the state is collapsing. So 2 questions. Is soft power product or a process? And secondly, how do we deal in this context of soft power that just doesn't change the behavior of our neighboring countries?
So first of all, without getting into theoretical proposition, let me say that soft power is both a process, because it's evolutionary in nature. To build a brand is a time-taking process. And it eventually becomes a product. So India needs to build a lot of global brands. India's private sector needs to build a huge number of global brands so that they will add value to India's soft power in the long run. And the second, my response to your question is that we should continue to work very hard. We are living in a very complex neighborhood. No other country in the world has the neighborhood which India has in terms of Afghanistan, Pakistan, China. We should continue our efforts in good neighborly relations with everyone. And that is a process which will take time. And you will have political turmoil in neighborhoods all the time. Irrespective of this, we should continue to build person-to-person relationship.
You know, before the session was starting, both me, he's Karthik and I'm Karthike. You know, we were talking about the investment which Prime Minister makes in context of tourism. You know, today he went for a deep sea dive at Beth Dwarka Sudarshan Setu. Prime Minister's investment in tourism is path-breaking. He makes it a point. Can you take us through what are the reasons why he's making such a personal investment when it comes to our own country?
And if I can just add one little 2 cents to that question, are we likely to see tourism don the flavor of nationalism, #Lakshadweep, or temple tourism, #Ayodhya?
So firstly, I don't think I've come across any speech of the Prime Minister where he hasn't dwelt at length on the tourism aspect and the immense potential of tourism. And that is simply because he believes that the cultural strength, the civilizational impact, the tourism products which India has, no other country in the world has. And he believes that this can be the biggest driver of India's growth. It can be the biggest employment creator. For every direct job that you create in tourism, you create 7 indirect jobs. So every state, and I repeat that, it's a biggest opportunity for job creation. India can create 25 million jobs in the next 5 years through travel and tourism sector. This is a potential which Prime Minister believes in, and he's driving the states to push for tourism. And that is why, wherever he goes, his first focus is on travel and tourism.
Sir, can't refrain from asking, what is it going to take to literally build Lakshadweep, connectivity to Lakshadweep, the entire infrastructure in Lakshadweep, and really make it a real threatening challenge to a country like Maldives?
So first and foremost, Lakshadweep is very, very fragile. It can't be mass tourism. The islands have very limited capacity. So you need to do carrying capacity of the islands, which Lakshadweep Island has done. It has bid out certain islands, defining the carrying capacity of these islands. We cannot make the mistakes which Maldives has made, which Mauritius has made.
Right.
Our tourism there has to be very, very carrying capacity based. It has to be very high value, low mass destination in these islands. It has to be based around sustainability. And sustainability has very, very high value in today's world.
Mr. Kant, we are talking about soft power, and not to talk about cinema would be a crime.
Absolutely.
It would be a crime not to talk about cinema. So when we talk about soft power, what's the tip of the spear? Is it culture, yoga, Hollywood, food, tourism? How would you rate them, sir?
So India's soft power is a combination of many factors. It's cricket. It's India's unique culture. It's Bollywood. It's Tollywood. It's all your great cinema from southern part of India, which is extremely creative and is brilliant. Some of the most outstanding producers, directors all come from southern part of India, in addition to Bollywood, which is totally astounding. But all this, India's traditional art forms, India's culture, all this combined together makes a very, very powerful soft power of India, all of this put together. And when you combine this with the hard power of India, which is growing at about 7.3% and accelerating to 9 to 10%, this great combination of hard and soft power together is what drives India's growth story forward.
Just one final question, sir, on cinema itself. Do you think, again, given the diversity that Indian cinema has, is it in our interest to create a brand India, brand Indian cinema, bereft of the binaries of Bollywood, Tollywood, etc.?
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay.
I don't agree with that because Bollywood by itself is a very powerful brand. The Tamil Nadu film world is a very powerful brand. The Malayalam cinema is a very powerful brand. Telugu cinema is a very powerful brand.
So is there no space for creating a unified Indian cinema identity?
No, it's like a mother brand being India and allowing the states to build their respective tourism brand, like Kerala is God's own country. You know, the important thing we must all understand that there is a mother brand which is Incredible India, as far as the tourism world is concerned. But we are a very large country. You know, if you're bigger than 24 countries of Europe, the number of products are so vast and varied. Allow the states to build their own brands. And that's important. That's what the Prime Minister is saying when he goes to Gujarat. Allow Dwarka. Dwarka itself is a great brand. I mean, Ayodhya is a great brand. I mean, Ayodhya can be one of the greatest Ramayana circuit brands in the world. Why diffuse it? So allow each of these brands to be built. We should have the confidence of India to allow brands to be built globally.
Competitive federalism in tourism. Competitive federalism in tourism.
And on this note, I would like to thank you and say that I think the sum and total of things is that it's the combination of the hard and the soft power which has been done under Prime Minister Modi's tenure, which is smart power, is the most defining thing.
Exactly. And, you know, it's never soft power in isolation. It's a combination of both economic growth. We should have the absolute ambition to grow at 9 to 10%, to be for the next 3 decades, to be a $35 trillion economy. We must build on our civilizational strength to build the soft power. And the third point that he made, make the states compete. The first year we did this in ease of doing business, Gujarat came number 1. Next year, Andhra beat Gujarat. Third year, Telangana beat Andhra and Gujarat. But the good thing was that the mineral-rich states of Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh, they scrapped a lot of rules, regulation to come 4th and 5th. And if the mineral-rich states of the eastern part of India start growing, India will grow not at 9 to 10%, India will grow at 11%.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Mr. Amitabh Kant. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here on What India Thinks Today.
All right, requesting Mr. Amitabh Kant to please stay on stage. We have to present him with some mementos. We have the Pashamkara stole, and of course we have the gift hamper from Da Milano. Meanwhile, the photographs can be taken, requesting the stole and the Da Milano gift hamper to be brought on stage to be presented to Mr. Amitabh Kant. Mr. Amitabh Kant, thank you so much for taking time out to be with us here on TV9. What India Thinks Today. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Mr. Amitabh Kant.
All right, Krishna, what do we have next?
Well. That was a fascinating conversation with Mr. Amitabh Kant. People are still looking at him even as he takes our leave, because that's how engrossing and engaging that particular conversation was. We have a lot of them lined up.
Absolutely, Krishna.
More lined up for the day. But before requesting everybody to take their seats, because we have something very important that we want to talk about. And that is the conversations that we have on TV9 Group's English news platform. The world's first news OTT, News 9 Plus. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. TV9 Group's bold foray into English news begins with the world's first news OTT, which is News 9 Plus. And it has some fascinating conversations in the form of its flagship show. The flagship show, ladies and gentlemen, on News 9 Plus is Duologue. If you're wondering what Duologue is, take a look at this.
Start with the end in mind. You need to know where you want to reach. Every morning that we wake up, we are exercising our choice. The destiny is decided. The results are known that I'm going to win. Life of a goalkeeper is something which has always intrigued me. When you come into a stadium, this is the highest level of pressure. When I set out to do something, I decide in my mind that failure is not an option.
What you feel very strongly about, those are the stories to tell.
I have a mind which is absolutely restless. Mind and body are entangled sensations. That brings me back to golf. It's an amazing game.
This is not a perfect game. You only learn from them.
If you have a formula to a success, then you can replicate it.
I feel this is my first step. I'm starting now.
Winner is first born in the mind. I think, therefore I am. We are all about our mind.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Duologue. We were all about our mind, the most cerebral talk show. As you can see, we here at TV9 are fantastic at creating conversations, and those conversations on Duologue Season 2 are fascinating. They've just dropped on India and the world's first news OTT, which is News 9 Plus. So clearly, Mr. Barun Das is not just driving the network forward, he's driving the downloads forward as well with the flagship show, Duologue. Some amazing guests, as you've seen, Jeev Milkha Singh, Oliver Khan, Dr. Deepak Chopra. We're talking about filmmaker Rakesh Oprakash Mehra and a star like Allu Arjun. All of them on Season 2 of Duologue, which you will get to see only on News 9 Plus. So make sure you download News 9 Plus and catch India's most cerebral talk show, award-winning one of that. And with that, it's time now to move on to our next session.
That's right, Krishna. I mean, we've been talking about soft power. What a great conversation there with India's G20 Sherpa as well. But this next session, ladies and gentlemen, is all about women power. There are nearly 70 crore women in India.
That's right, 70 crore. Nearly half of the 140-odd crore population, Kabir. Now, when we as a nation are so keen on leveraging all different kinds of power, soft power, hard power, smart power, all of these at our disposal, how can we not talk about our biggest superpower, our Nari Shakti? Take a look at that.
Shattering stereotypes, breaking barriers. The world is coming full circle, where women are taking center stage. A new hero is emerging, rising to the challenge. The female protagonist empowers a generation. As real life gets all too real, and real life gets imprinted in reels, India's new hero shines as a symbol of change. From boardrooms to battlefields, from classrooms to courtrooms, when women begin to rewrite the narrative, India scripts its destiny. Let's salute the female protagonist, the new hero.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this session is called Female Protagonist, the New Hero, and there are two parts to this session. That's right?
That's right, Kabir. There are two parts to this session, and strangely, it's called Female Protagonist, the New Hero, and two men are introducing it, the irony of it all. And the first part of this session involves a very special woman. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and invite Ms. Ravina Tandon on stage. And to host this session, we have another very special woman.
TV9 Network, Sudha Sadanan, please get up here on stage to conduct this session. Over to you, ladies.
Of mine, can you hear me? These colleagues of mine, Krishna and Kabir, the two Ks, actually stole my line. I was going to say hard power, soft power, but woman's power, it's incomparable. Won't you agree? And considering we teach you your first word as women to say ma,
or amma,
you need to owe it to us. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for women's power.
Sorry, Amma.
All right. Many congratulations, Ravina, for the Nakshatra Award. And I don't think I would like to slot you in any era. I think you are eternal as an artist. And artists really don't have any kind of from this to this. They live forever, and that's what art is all about. Yes? Thank you. All right. So, generally when we speak about cinema, when we speak about films, we keep it to great directors. Of course, there are great directors. But like I said, our first teacher at home is the mother, always. Now, Ravina, you come from a fantastic film family. Ravi Tandonji, your father, I remember all the films, Khudgars, Khel Khel Mein, Majboor, shows that I only saw films, did nothing else. Also, your uncle, McMohan, the famous Sambha from Sholay, iconic. Who doesn't know him? But I have read an interview by Ravi ji where he said, all that is fine, she had talent, बहुत talented ladki thi. Lekin it was the mother, Veena ji, which I do not think many people know about this. These are little nuggets that one needs to know. Isn't that right, Ravina?
I think I agree with you because you are right. My dad would never refrain from mentioning my mother every time when it came to giving her due credit for the upbringing, because ultimately and honestly, especially being experienced, I have 2 grown-up children now. I have 2 adoptive and I have 2 biological children as well. I do think that the upbringing, the major part contributing towards any child's nourishment, nurturing, and their upbringing is the mother. And same way, I think it was my mum who played a very integral part as far as I'm concerned. And like you yourself did quote my father.
Yeah.
पापा ने यही कहा था शायद इंटरव्यू में जो आपने मुझे बताया कि it was all in the genes.
And that's because of dancing. Talk a little about that. Was she a trained dancer? How did that happen? Did it come to you genetically? Or did she actually teach you and you didn't even realize कि ये बात के लिए हो रहा है?
I think it was genetics because कहीं ना कहीं मम्मी ने तो 15 साल किया हुआ था बिरजू महाराज के अंडर कथक, तो उनमें always एक artistic था ही trait, and वो कहीं ना कहीं शायद हमारे खून में भी आ गया very naturally. So I think it was genetics, क्योंकि जब मैंने अपना करियर का शुरुआत किया तो बिल्कुल ऐसे नहीं था कि ट्रेनिंग ली और मम्मी ने ट्रेनिंग दिया, इन्होंने ट्रेनिंग दिया, कुछ एक्चुअली अनहर्ड था कि मैं फिल्म ज्वाइन करूंगी, बिकॉज किसी के जहन में आया भी नहीं था कि आई एम गोइंग टू जॉइन द मूवीज वन डे, एंड इट जस्ट काइंड ऑफ जस्ट हैपेंड फॉर मी. सो दैट इज हाउ इट वाज.
Lovely. So you see, there is one, these days the most popular thing is Nepo kids, we keep hearing it. But the point is that here is somebody who's from a film family and well spun, bilkul घुस जाओ फिल्म में, उस टाइप की फैमिली.
आप नेपो किड्स की बात करेंगे तो हमारी आधी पॉलिटिक्स, आधी इंडस्ट्री खत्म हो जाएगी.
लेकिन आपका जहाँ तक ताल्लुक है, व्हाट आई एम कमिंग टू रवीना,
जहाँ तक आप हमारे देश की बात कर रहे हैं, अगर नेपोटिज्म की बात करेंगे.
बट यू जॉइन जेनेसिस. आई मीन, यू सी, यू डिड नॉट से ओके आई एम गोइंग टू नाउ जॉइन सिनेमा. सो आई वांट टू देन, यू नो, योर film happens in 1991, which is Patthar Ke Phool. Tell us a bit about that. Were you just picked up from there? You were working with Prahlad Kakkar. Talk about that.
Well, शुरुआत तो वैसे ही हुई थी. I was doing my post and pre-production work with Prahlad Kakkar. I was his assistant. And everyone used to tell me, you're not cut out for being behind the screen. You need to be in front of the screen. And that's how the journey started. And one day I was just offered this one big film. And I just said yes to it. It was actually very interesting the way I started.
Yeah.
I had been offered a lot of movies and I had been constantly saying no because I actually wanted to get into direction.
Right.
I had not thought of acting because a lot of actors, probably since they're children, they want to grow up to become actors, right? I did not want to get into acting. And I never looked at myself in the mirror and said, oh my God, I'm going to be a star one day. Because if you'd look at me when I was 13 or 14, you would not even turn around and say, oh my God, this one's going to be a star. I was this round, roly-poly kid with 2, oil in my hair and 2 plaits and doing my 8th and 9th standard. But interestingly so, I said no to a lot of films initially. And Salman Khan's film, that was his first film, was a very big hit, Maine Pyar Kiya. And soon after that, I was offered his second film because somehow people had seen me in the advertising world.
Okay.
And they kind of approached me for his second film. And I remember going, I was in my FIJC, and I went to college canteen mein, and I told my friends, guess what? I've been offered a film with Salman Khan. And they were like, are you serious? They were like, हाथ जोड़ के यार तू इस फिल्म को हाँ कर दे, उसके बाद तू फिल्में कर नहीं कर, we don't care, we just want to come and sit on your shooting and meet Salman Khan. And that's how I signed my first film, just because my friends wanted to meet and hang with Salman Khan.
Right. And you know,
that is exactly how I planned my career.
And you know, today we talk about swag, we talk about women, which is so fantastic, women on bikes and everything. Correct me if I'm wrong, here is a woman we see who went to Mithibai College in an open jeep. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yes, you are absolutely right. I also do believe that how much ever I do contribute, to be fair to all the fantastic men sitting here in our audience, that even though I contribute a 70% of upbringing to my mum and to all the mothers that are there who nurture and nourish their kids, I do believe that behind every strong daughter is an doting and a strong father.
Love.
I totally believe, and this is for all the men out here, because it was my dad who taught me literally how to change car tires, to drive, to ride a bike, and I was absolutely allowed to do everything that my brother did. In every way. If he's learning to change this tire and he's going to wash the cars on Sunday, you're going to wash the cars as well. And you're not going to drive a car till you don't know, what is under the hood in that car.
Right.
Because tomorrow you're stranded anywhere, you're stuck anywhere. I don't want you calling anyone for help. You need to be standing on your own feet or literally, sitting down and changing that tire yourself. You're not going to call anyone. You are going to be there dependent on yourself to do whatever you have to do on your own.
Fantastic.
And that's how he brought me up.
Let's talk about the transition in your craft. So we know, from Mohra, we know Sheher Ki Ladki, we know Andaz Apna Apna, people laughed with you, sat there, Then the transition happened and we saw you in Shul, the wife of a cop. And I can never forget the scene when Manoj Bajpayee, the door opens and you faces him after he's lost your child, lost as in lost forever. Then there is of course Daman, there is of course Ghulam Mustafa, there is Aks. Tell us about that. Did you make a conscious decision, Ravina, that this is, now I'm getting all these female-oriented films where I can be somebody else in every film and I'm going to do it? How did this transition happen?
I think in every actor's life, or I think in every artist's life, you evolve along the way. And that's exactly what happened to me. There was a point, yes, where I was playing the young, rich, spoiled brat. And all I changed was not my dialogues, but just my costumes for the next film. So it was literally doing the same role in every second film. Nonetheless, there came a point where I said, yes, now it's the time where I want to do something more substantial. I want to do something that challenges me as an actor, that challenges me as what my craft is. And I'll tell you another very interesting thing. I consciously did it at the peak of my career where I had commercial success.
Yeah.
And even keeping that in mind, where people thought, oh, if you're, in those days there was the art cinema, realistic cinema, and then commercial cinema.
Yes.
So in those days it was, oh, if you leaned towards, leaned a little more towards art cinema, you were the arty-farty types, and oh, you're giving up on your commercial success.
Right.
So for me, it was a conscious effort to do that quite in the beginning of my career. And honestly, in the 90s, or a little before the 90s, in the 80s probably, that was, I think, when I was also too young, but one would hear, the generation before me, the heroines and the actresses, they mostly had to hang up their boots, या तो वो retire कर जाते थे जब उनकी शादियां हो जाती थी, क्योंकि हमारी audiences शायद शादीशुदा औरतें accept नहीं करती थी.
Right.
और जब हमारे heroes जो साथी कलाकार थे, उनको वो समय मिल जाता था by the time they were in their middle ages to hone their skills, to become fantastic actors, to master their craft. They got that time to evolve.
Right.
Whereas when the time came for our women in the industry to be great at their work, to be masters of their craft, they were told to retire.
Right.
That is something which I never understood. Which now,
we have the strength, we have the independence, and we have different various platforms.
So Ravina, are you saying in cinema or in OTT where you've really done very well? We've seen, Karma Calling is one. I've seen promos of that. I'm really waiting. It's coming sometime in March, if I'm not wrong. But what about, you've done a lot of other OTTs as well. Do you think it's OTT or cinema? Both give you the opportunity.
I think both. Yeah. I think the basic viewpoint or the awareness that is there in our audience today. एक तो exposure इतना हुआ है हमारे audiences को global cinema में through via OTT, via various festivals कि अब हर तरीके के cultures, हर तरीके के फिल्में हमारी audiences देखती हैं. तो accepting ज़्यादा है. I'm sure a lot of my colleagues in this room and ex-colleagues who are now, strong political leaders here, my friend Khushbu is here in the audience whom I completely love. But she will agree to what I'm saying, that by the time, actresses reached that point where they had to hone their skills, they were asked to retire. But now we have that strength, whether it's through cinema. I did a film called KGF 2.
Yes,
which today is the 4th highest grossing film in the Indian history of films.
Right.
So that was a huge hit.
Yeah.
So whether it is cinema that gave me a role like something what I could do in KGF 2, or there was an Aranyak, or now there is Karma Calling. Soon there will be a Patna Shukla. I've just, going ahead with another couple of films now. I've done a Gurchadi with Sanju. I'm doing with Sanju, Sunil Shetty and Akshay, I'm doing Welcome 3. So it's all these, this time where I think women have actually come onto their own in our industry as well.
Yes.
And we have actually stood our ground and said, hello, we ain't retiring.
We ain't retiring. I think we need a round of applause. And from all the men, more than the women here, that, we ain't retiring, we ain't going anywhere, we're staying right here. Let's talk about tropes now, stereotypes. And go back to the time, Khushbu, it all happened in our, where you had either a Devi or a Dayan. There was nothing in between. So a Devi would be this, a woman clad in a sari and not knowing that we can be very wicked. But then, also the stereotypical thing that you can't take such a woman home. Don't you think at least that thing has been blurred, Ravina?
I'll actually little cut you midway in this, because I think I broke that stereotype with a film called Daman.
Yes.
For which I won the National Award.
Kalpana Lajmi.
Yes. Kalpana Lajmi.
Yes.
And at a time when you rightfully said, when our films were depicting ke bhala hai, bura hai, jaisa bhi hai, mera pati, mera devta hai, we were depicting that. And even though the villain was the worst person that you saw on screen, but the hero's बहन would always stand in front and said, "Goli, pehle mujhe lagegi, phir mere suhag ko." Whereas I probably would have stepped and said, "Go get him, dude." It's like, but nonetheless, jokes apart, we did make a film called Daman in the year 2000, which spoke about marital rape and domestic violence, which till date is being debated in the Supreme Court.
That's right, marital rape, yes.
And we still haven't passed that law, which I'm hoping that we do soon, because there are a lot of stereotypes to be broken. Because earlier on, everyone was कि ठीक है, whatever the जो भी झगड़े हैं, जो भी violence है, वो घर की चार दीवारी से बाहर नहीं जाए. And women were victimized throughout. And that is exactly what that woman, the movie Daman spoke about in the year in 2000.
Right.
And we are in 2024.
Right. Yes.
24 years down the line, I still feel that that topic is still so relevant, that we are still talking about women not being able to come out and are constantly quiet on being victimized, whether it is domestic violence or it is rape or it is every horrific form of abuse.
All right, so, India poised for the next big leap. We have shining examples of women. If I name all of them, it's going to take at least 15 minutes. But I'm going to take two names. Indra Nui is one, and the other is Meera Nair, and comes from your field. Great filmmaker, started way back. Salam Bombay was like 35 years ago, right? I want to ask you that, what does it take? We are one nation which makes the largest number of films and fantastic cinema. Look at where our cinema has gone. What do you think will take? How do you look at the future for our cinema to be right on top, doing even better than this? Because sky is the limit, Ravina Tandon.
I definitely feel that as far as our Indian cinema is concerned, where I do see that I do see in today's day and age a very united front.
Right.
So we have strong films coming from every part of our country, north, south, east, west. And it is pretty incomparable. You know, actually, I cannot even say that we can compare to anyone else or any other industry, because actually today, if you see, we are the greatest industry that is there globally.
Yes, true.
The amount of films per annual that we come out with, the production value, the costing of the films that we make. Today, whether a Bahubali or if you see a film like RRR, they probably cost much more than a Mission Impossible 4.
Right.
You know, and the kind of monies that we put in and the kind of investment that we've done and the kind of returns also that we're getting. It's high time that our industry is touted today as taking a global stand and not waiting anymore to be called the second best and definitely not to be called Bollywood. Trust me, all the industry insiders hate the word Bollywood. That is something that does not conform with us at all.
And also Sandalwood and Tollywood and
Bollywood, Lollywood and Tollywood and Mollywood and Sollywood, and we are very sorry wood. We don't want to be known as any wood. We are the Indian film industry, and that's how we stand at.
Absolutely. And give it up for the film industry. Ladies and gentlemen, Raveena Tandon, the eternal star. What a pleasure it has been. Thank you very much. And many congratulations for the Nakshatra Award. And that's the way to go. Nari Shakti.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Well, Nari Shakti in the truest sense of the term. Ladies and gentlemen, another huge round of applause for both these women. We have more coming up. We have some more special women coming up. So, Nari Shakti, this is just part 1 of Nari Shakti. Part 2 is yet to come up on stage.
Expensive version of Nari Shakti.
A galaxy of Nari Shakti set to take the stage.
Right.
Please requesting Sudhaji to please present Raveena Tandon with
thank you so much, Raveena ji, for
gift hampers
gracing this
from our
occasion.
sponsors.
All right, Krishna, in the meantime, before we call on the next set of panelists, the expanded version of this Nari Shakti, we have a few more Nakshatra Sammans that are supposed to be given out.
That's right. We have our next set of Nakshatra Samman Awards. And to give away the next set of Nakshatra Samman Awards, we have some very special people joining us. I'm going to request one by one the award givers for the next set of Nakshatra Samman. I'm going to request Mr. Ricky Cage to please come on stage now.
On to the award section, please.
On to the award stage, please, on the left. Requesting Mr. Christopher Ripley, CEO of Sinclair Media Group, to also please take the award stage, sir, on the left.
A loud round of applause for Mr. Ripley.
Mr. Christopher Ripley, CEO of Sinclair Group, all the way from the United States of America. And also requesting a very special guest who's just joined us on stage to give away the award, Mr. Shekhar Kapoor. I know you're mobbed right in front. Requesting Mr. Shekhar Kapoor to please join us on the award stage on the left.
I think it's going to take some more time with
Mr.
Shekhar Kapoor.
That's why I'm just repeating, Mr. Shekhar Kapoor. Don't be Mr. India and get,
Mr. Shekhar Kapoor to the
on the
award
stage
section
with
over
Mr. Ricky Cage and Mr. Christopher Ripley. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Mr. Shekhar Kapoor.
All right then. Well, Krishna, it has been an incredible year for this next person that we're going to award with the Nakshatra Samman, this Indian flutist who has won 2 Grammy Awards for Best Contemporary Instrumental Album, ladies and gentlemen, and Best
Global Music Performance for a very special track. Not 1, 2 Grammys in 1 Grammy Award session. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at this.
His melodies speak to the soul. A Bansuri maestro who knows how to keep his audience spellbound. Transcending boundaries, touching hearts with his ethereal music. His brilliance shines even brighter on the world stage. TV9 Network Nakshatra Samman goes to the global star, Rakesh Chaurasia.
Ladies and gentlemen, global star Rakesh Chaurasia requesting him to please come on stage and take the Nakshatra Samman from Ricky Cage, another global star, music himself, and of course, Mr. Shekhar Kapoor and Mr. Christopher Ripley. Wow, what a star-studded stage that is, ladies and gentlemen.
It sure is, Krishna. Mind if I just go there and get a little picture click?
Yeah, I know. I want a selfie bomb that stage. All right. What a year it has been for Mr. Rakesh Chaurasia, ladies and gentlemen. What
For
a
Indian
year.
music. For Indian music.
What a year for Indian music.
And Mr. Chaurasia, please don't go. We do have a couple of questions for you as well. May you please make sure the mic lands up in the award section.
Of course, he's been presented with the Pashamkara stole and the Da Milano gift hamper as well. All right, Mr. Chaurasia, thank you for staying with us. Quick question.
The question is quite far away. It's fine.
All right. Well, you were taking all those Grammys so far away from us here in India. We were all watching and so proud to watch you do that. To watch you do that. Playing the Indian Bansuri, flute, and garnering a global audience. Sir, tell us, what was that moment like? I mean, music is about awards. We all know that. But what is it to play the Indian Bansuri and win a global award with it?
Well, I would like to, first of all, a big blessing from my guru, Padma Vibhushan Pandit Hari Prasad Chaurasia, and then I would like to thank Ustad Zakir Hussain for getting me into this collaboration, my family, my kids, and my wife, who was wishing more than me to have this award. But when the name was called, I stood up and I didn't know what to do. Because I was not expecting, because here it was fine, like, okay, we might get it, because we have big names. But when the category was announcing there with huge amount of artists and everything to get this, but the first thing what came in my mind that I'm grabbing something for my country through my music.
Oh, lovely, lovely. It's for the country, ladies and gentlemen. It's for the country, it's for India, Indian Bansuri player, Indian flautist, as it's called in English. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Gracing us with your presence.
All our esteemed award givers, Mr. Cage, Mr. Ripley, and
requesting
Mr.
all of them to stay on
with
stage.
us.
All right, Mr. Ripley, Mr. Cage, and Mr. Shekhar Kapoor requesting you guys to stay on stage. Mr. Chaurasia, please, thank you for joining us. We have another very, very special couple of awards to give. Next up is an athlete from Punjab who is the Indian record holder in the 1500 meters category.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Before that,
take a look at this.
Before that,
She is setting the track and podium on fire. India's Gen Z athletic queen is on a record-breaking spree. With rich sporting genes, she is born to run with the wind. Aiming to shine at the biggest stage, India hopes to fet a new Olympic hero. TV9 Network Nakshatra Samman goes to the rising star, Harmilan Bains.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Harmilan Bains.
Well, there she is.
More Nari Shakti to India. Rising star, Harmilan Kaur Bains. Harmilan, stay with us, stay with us. We've come to you this time. You've been running for India. I'm getting all the laurels for India. We've run towards you this time around. So tell us, I've been asked to come on stage as well. I mean, look at the gentleman who is giving you these awards. I mean, these are gentlemen who, are distinguished gentlemen, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, if I may. And we've been talking about Nari Shakti before this came about. Tell us, where does your Shakti come from? And, where do you get, because it's not 100 meters. It's not 200 meters. It's 1,500 meters, Harmilan.
Well, this Nari Shakti for 1,500 meters come from my dad. And for the 1,500 meters, I just give my all the, for 1,500 meters, everything to my dad. And for 800 meters, everything for my mom. I won 2 medals over there in Asian Games. One for my dad and one for my mom. When I won, the only thing was, like, my parents were talking about to win medal in Asian Games, just because my mom had a medal in Asian Games. Oh. And they want me to repeat history, so I did it. But I just took 2 medals, one for my dad and one for my mom.
Harmilan, one question that a lot of my friends wanted to ask you as well was that you have some real cool-looking track stars out there, okay? Look at the Usain Bolts and the dreadlock Afro-American runners and track stars, but you have a very cool-looking hairstyle yourself. आपको लगता है कि आपके 1500 की दौड़ में कभी कुछ प्रॉब्लम आती है, ट्रेनिंग में प्रॉब्लम आती है, because it looks really cool.
अभी इतना अच्छा लग ही रहा है तो प्रॉब्लम कैसे आ सकती है?
Well, there you have it, Harmilan Benz, ladies and gentlemen. But that's not all. Again, asking Mr. Cage, Mr. Ripley, and Mr. Kapoor, please stay on with us. One more person that we have to.
We have one more award, requesting the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen to please stay on stage for just one more award. Finally, we have now, after a professional track and field athlete, we have a professional shooter. Ladies and gentlemen, our next Nakshatra Samman winner holds the current world record in women's 50-meter rifle 3 positions, which was set while she won the gold medal at the 2022 Asian Games. Take a look at this.
An accidental shooter. Her marksmanship has left the world awestruck. Now aiming for the greatest glory, she has Olympic gold in her crosshairs. TV9 Network Nakshatra Samman goes to the shooting star, Sift Kaur Samra.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sift Kaur Samra, our next Nakshatra Samman winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep the applause rolling, please. Sift Kaur Samra. Sift, we have a quick question for you as well. Right in the AV that you just saw over here, it starts with the sentences, an accidental shooter, that, her marksmanship is something that the entire world is now talking about. And this is that one little story that might not be, well-versed with the common multitude out there. क्या आप बताना चाहेंगे अपनी story के बारे में? Why is it that an accidental shooter today is winning accolades for the country?
So when I was introduced into the shooting, and we were not knowing about the shooting because I came from a very small city, Fincorp from Punjab. So there's my dad's friend, son. He's a shooter. He told my dad that Sift should try it. So I still remember it was a June vacations from the school, and I went to his range. He do shotgun. And I tried it, and after the June vacations, I gave my name for the shooting. And my dad called school and they were like, how she can become a shooter? We don't know anything about it. And the teacher said, okay, no worries, she will get a certificate. District I was alone, and I went for a state. State I performed 4th in first time. So from there it started, and my dad helped me a lot.
The one thing I can understand is that we've been talking about it over here for the development of sports in this country. Development of infrastructure is very important. The availability of infrastructure, in fact, gives birth to sports people, and especially a sport like yours requires infrastructure, doesn't it? Because as they say, banega to badega India. How important was the fact that you had that shooting range to lead to the fact that you eventually end up sending it the world record?
That's the point, that now the Indian government is doing great. But in 2016, my dad made that range at my home for my training, and I had range at my home, like in a small city. So this is all that my dad did for me. And now also I have my mom. I would really love to invite her on the stage. She's
Please
here.
do, please do. Proud mother making videos.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is the actual shooting star that is now coming up on stage. A loud round of applause.
Well. This award session is quite the sporting activity for me and Kabir. Right, requesting all the gentlemen now to please, you can take
Thank you so much,
Thank you so much for that. Please, you can take leave from the stage and take your seats. We will be calling you guys back very soon for a panel. Ricky, you know.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, time now to get some more exemplary women like we promised who have joined us tonight and call them up on stage.
Yes, and continuing with our focus on female protagonist, the new hero. Please put your hands together for none other than Khushbu Sundar, member, National Commission for Women.
All right, also calling up on stage, please put your hands together for Miriam Meisel, Director, Stiftung Bayern.
Guten Tag, Miriam, guten Tag. Please come on stage. Right, let me also now call upon stage another special guest from Germany, Julia Farr, football evangelist, Borussia Dortmund.
Head of Asia Pacific for BVB Dortmund. Very warm welcome to you. Also with us is Ayush Gupta, HR Head for Gale. Please get up on stage, sir. Thank you so much.
And to moderate this session, we have some double Nari Shakti again. We have with us TV9 Network's Sudha Sadanand and Neha Khanna, requesting both the ladies to please take the stage.
All right, so some 4 more women's power, and I don't think that a panel can look this beautiful, really. I include you, Mr. Gupta, as well. I mean, you know. So, if everyone can settle, Khushbu eppadi irkeenga? Nalla irkeenga?
Vanakkam, nalla irukken.
Thank you. All right. So let's start with you, Khushbu. And considering that, you know, I always have called you, whenever I've spoken to you, as a child woman. You haven't really grown up that way, you know. But from a child artist who started out in Mumbai and from a home where the mother was the main support, emotional support, and a father who was not very supportive, with wonderful brothers around you. Tell us, what made you so strong as a little chut of a girl? We know the story about Hema Malini and how, you know, you've got to meet B.R. Chopra ji, etc. But what made you so strong to face the camera as such a little girl, Khushbu?
Hello and a very good evening to everyone here. And there's an echo. Yeah, I think what made me very strong is against every negativity, there's a positivity. There are always 2 sides of the coin. So when I see, as a child, when I saw my mother going through the kind of abuse at the hands of her husband, and I think that made me very strong, because I think as a child, it was very clear in my mind that I'm not going to grow up as somebody who's very, very submissive, who's going to be hanji, bilkul sahi ji. Like Ravina said, kuch bhi ho jaye, mera pati Parmeshwar hai. So I was very clear right from my childhood that I'm not going to grow up into that abla nari. So I think, you know, in all the negative aspects, and that strength, of course, came to me from my mother because she never wanted me to be what she went through.
Right.
So I think it was there with me, within me.
All right, okay.
All right. That's lovely to hear, Khushbu. Really, you are an inspiration for so many women out there. Let me now bring in some of the other lovely women that we have in our midst today. Miriam Eisel, if I could begin with you. You know, it's 2024. And as educated, independent, liberated women, we would ideally have liked to live in a world where we could take equality, gender equality for granted.
Absolutely.
But unfortunately, right? I mean, it should be fundamental to human existence. But unfortunately, it's proven to be very elusive. Now, in your area, you work with a lot of young people. The question I want to ask you is, how do you sensitize them towards treating everyone, especially women, with a sense of equality? Honestly, has that been a challenge?
That's really a good question, and to be honest, it's challenging. It's still challenging. I'm coming from the field of education, and I'm coming from the field we want to extend youth exchange, so give everyone a chance to go abroad. And this everyone to have a chance is really difficult, because you really have to focus on the needs of those who are underrepresented. And those are the ones who come from lower education, and those are often also the girls. So we try to really focus on their needs and helping them, that they say, I'm good enough to do exchange, for example. I'm good enough to take part in it. And this needs a lot of time to educate them.
All right, and Julia Farr, you look wonderful today. And before we, get into the excellent work that you've done for Borussia Dortmund, what people would like to really know, a lot of questions from the audience who actually ambushed me and said, ask her, what made you fall in love with this beautiful game of football?
I would say the fact of being part of a team. I think football always connects people and unites people. And that makes it so special. I remember when I started playing the game myself, I was a very small girl, and back in the days, there weren't many opportunities for girls to play in a girls' team. So I started playing with boys in an all-boy team, and whenever we went somewhere for games, of course, everyone was looking at me, the only girl. But then, as soon as you are on the pitch and the game starts and kicks off, it doesn't matter anymore where you are from, who you are, or what you are. You just play the game, and that's what made me fall in love with it.
Superb.
That's amazing. Okay, Ayush Gupta is, of course, heavily outnumbered on this panel, as you can see. And as the only man on the panel, and since we're talking about Nari Shakti and he represents, the PSUs, the government sector, I'd say let's not miss out on this opportunity to put him on the spot. All right, Mr. Gupta, from newsrooms to boardrooms, I think we can all agree that we need many more women in decision-making and powerful roles. But unfortunately, the reality leaves a lot to be desired. The question I want to ask you is, we all know that it's still a huge challenge for women to smash the proverbial glass ceiling. What are organizations like yours, for instance, doing to level the playing field? And frankly, are they doing enough?
See, first of all, being the only man here is making me a bit nervous, and let me admit that. But going forward to your question, and rightly said, whatever we said that we are doing this thing and that thing, the reality remains that still the numbers are very few at the top, and a lot more needs to be done by each and every organization, and not just the organization, I believe by the society at large. Because if we have to see the results, it's not just one organization or one particular sector which we can do. All the stakeholders, be it the educational institutes, academic institutes, be it the family or the society, the family members, or the companies or the organizations, all have to come together to make sure that women will not only reach at the top level or the board level positions. The journey has to start from a very early stage when we are talking of admissions to the educational institutes. So for example, when we talk of organization like GAIL, which is predominantly represented by 70% engineers. So unless we have a pool of engineers who are passing out from top IITs or the engineering institutes, the representation there of women passing out is still less than, say, 14 to 15%. So the pool itself at the entry level, it's getting limited, and because of which the progression or reaching to the top level gets limited. At an organizational level, many more programs like from an early stage mentoring to making sure a fair and equal opportunity is provided at each milestone in their career when they reach up to the top is really, really important.
All right. Khushbu, you know, today I think Prime Minister Narendra Modi is one of the Prime Ministers that we have who has spoken, appreciated and respect Tamil like no one can. Do you agree? I mean, Sengol, talk about Sengol. He talks about how Tamil is the most ancient language. He talks about how the culture needs to be preserved. Every speech of his, he has this respect for Tamil. I want to ask you, you were one of the first heroines who goes from Mumbai and starts speaking Tamil like a native. I mean, she speaks the language better than I think a round of, I mean, look at Selva Ganesh there, you know, all the Tamils, you can't make out the difference. We tell our children, if she can learn it, you can learn it better. Khushbu, talk a little about it. I've heard, correct me if I'm wrong, I've heard that Kamal and Rajni sir, everyone encouraged you that, pesuma, parvalla, vandudum.
See, if I speak Tamil very well, I would love to speak in Tamil, address this esteemed audience here in Tamil. But I don't know how many of you will understand, but irundalum Tamil பேசுறதுக்கு ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய பெருமை வேணும். ஏன்னா நம்ம நாட்டுடைய மிக சிறந்த ஒரு மொழி, பழையமான மொழி, and அந்த மொழி சொல்லும்போது நான் இன்னைக்கு தமிழச்சியாக தமிழகத்துல வாழும்போது எனக்கு ரொம்ப பெருமையா இருக்கு, and which translates that though I belong to Mumbai, for me to come to a place called Tamil Nadu and make a home there and speak the oldest language on this planet, I take a pride in calling myself as a Tamilian. Having said that, if I've started learning Tamil, yes, I've had a great help from my co-stars. But I definitely would like to give the credit to my co-workers, especially on the sets. You know, my lightmen, my production boys, my dancers, my fight choreographers and the fighters, you know, because they are the ones I used to basically converse with in Tamil, and they gave me the encouragement that speak. Even if it's wrong, it's fine, we will correct you, we will not make fun of you, but you speak the language. I remember my very first day shoot for my first Tamil film, Dharmathin Thalaivan, where I was paired with Prabhu sir and Rajni sir and Suhasini were paired together. It was a remake of Kasme Wade, where I played Neetu Singh, to make it very simple. And I went to the set and I was zero in Tamil, so I was conversing with Rajni. So the very first day I had shoot with everyone. And Rajni sir was speaking to me in Marathi, then all that, you know, rattling off in Marathi. I was so comfortable. And over the, you know, the entire day while we were shooting, I was watching people where they were talking to each other and said, hey, vada, hey, poda, and all that. So I was like, okay, it means something with a lot of respect. And when Rajni sir was leaving, he said, Khushbu mi zaunit. And I said, poda. And the entire set just froze. And I'm like, okay, where did I go wrong? And then immediately Prabhu came forward and he said, you're not supposed to say poda. I said, why? He's saying it doesn't mean that you're saying with respect. It's in a very respectful manner. You say, okay, jao.
And I'm like, okay. But Rajni sir was very gracious enough where he came, he patted my shoulder because he knew that I don't understand the language. So he patted my shoulder and he laughed and he said, it's okay, you will learn the language. So yes, my journey has been different, but I think I definitely would give the credit and to my driver, who was my driver then for a very, very long time. So I think I give the credit to all my co-workers more than my co-stars. I would give the credit to my co-workers for encouraging me to speak the language and for standing by me and tolerating my terrible Tamil that I spoke back then. So I think I owe it to them.
And just a little bit of clarity, you don't say poda to someone, you don't say it usually, you can say it to a child, but you don't say it to somebody who's older, who's much respected, you say ponga. Like in Bengali, you say Jan. So that's the difference. We follow that protocol when it comes to Indian languages. Neha.
All right, a fascinating discourse that about languages. I mean, you know, such a lovely reminder of the cultural diversity of this country. As they say, many Indias in this one India. All right, Miriam, let me come back to you. You know, there are a lot of youth exchange programs that you helm. You work with a lot of people who are immigrants, who come from different cultural backgrounds, low-income families, and also those who are differently abled. Now, when you add the female gender to the mix, does it get that much more challenging and complicated? What has that journey been like for you personally? And I'm sure that as an educationist, you've had a fabulous learning curve as well, working with all these young people.
Well, I think, as you said, it's a journey. And it's a journey we started, and it will continue. So I think the most important thing on this journey is that we do not stop to encourage each other. And I think this is the most important thing for the girls as well and for women, that we encourage each other and we say, you can do it. I think that for men, this is a little bit different because they say, I can do it, I can do it. So, but we are sometimes a little bit more shy and say, oh no, I'm not that qualified and I can't do it because I'm a girl and I come from that background. But to challenge them really to say, you can do it and you are brave enough. And so we encourage the girls, for example, in special programs where we teach them in different sessions that also if they are coming from a migration background, from low-income families, they have the ability to achieve it.
All right, Julia, you know, talking about football and how BVB Frauen became such a household name, the transition of the journey, as it were. We remember in 2019, you know, a banner, which no one can forget, is football is for everyone, women's team now. Right, and then 2 years later, the club delivered and BVB Frauen was formed. Talk a little about that journey. How easy and how exciting was that, Julia?
You did your research. No, yeah, I think that was a very special journey that we started in Dortmund. We had always the men's football team. There was a women's handball team, but never a women's football team. And I think, yeah, the fans gave a bit of pressure to the club to look into this more curious, and that's what the club did. But then giving a bit of like background insights, the club was actually sitting together with the fans and consulted them and asked them, how should we do it? We had the chance, or we had the option to just buy another club that's already existing, that already has a structure, and just play and take over their players, their league, and everything. Or we could have bought a license to start a little higher. But then the fans said to us as well, well, we are Dortmund, we are Borussia Dortmund. We come from a region which is a working class region.
Right.
So it wouldn't be authentic if we go out and just start somewhere in the second Bundesliga or first Bundesliga already. So the fans decided with the club together that we go on a journey. We start from the lowest league. We start from the bottom and work our way up. And that's what we are doing. So everything that we are doing is very healthy, a healthy development, a healthy growth. And the fans are fully behind it. And that's what we wanted, to bring everyone together.
Fabulous.
All right. Mr. Gupta, if you could just indulge me for a moment before I come to you with my next question, I'd love to actually put a question to Khushbu, one of my favorites in this room. You know, Khushbu, we've talked, of course, about how language has never been a barrier for you, but I want you to focus for a moment on sexism in the film industry and misogyny in celluloid. You know, we'd like to believe we've come a long way. We have a lot of women-oriented movies being made. OTT platforms have revolutionized the entertainment industry, opened up a lot of doors. You know, Ravina was here some time back talking about how, you know, she's in a way started her second innings and is getting to play some wonderful roles. But, you know, just when you think that we've made progress, we've come a long way, along comes a film like Animal. And it reignites this whole debate about how we project women on the big screen. Now, I don't know what your personal view on that movie are. I have very strong views, which I will keep to myself for now. You're also a member of the National Commission for Women. So when we talk about domestic violence, when we talk about misogyny that's projected in celluloid, how do you see it? Have things changed?
All right. First thing I would like to tell in this room that I haven't watched the film Animal because that's not my kind of a film. So I haven't watched that film.
That makes two of us.
Okay, great. Well, yes, as a member of National Commission for Women, it becomes very difficult when we have the cases which talks about dowry, harassment. We still have cases about though triple talaq is abolished, we still have a lot of cases which keeps coming in about triple talaq. The talaq being announced over a phone or through a letter or just by words at home. We do come across a lot of problems about like what Ravina was also discussing earlier about marital rape and any kind of abuse, whether verbally or sexually. And I think, you know, we talk about moving forward. Our Prime Minister has been talking about Beti Bachao and Beti Badhao, where the Prime Minister keeps talking about from women empowerment to women-led empowerment. It's very saddening to see that in many areas of our country, in especially a little lower states, we get a lot of complaints which talks about the basic problem of women. And this is something which we need to address. Fortunately, we at National Commission of Women, we have been given a free hand where we have been taking up cases very, very aggressively, and we have been working on it. But as far as the mindset goes, I mean, if a film like Animal continues to bring in moolahs, bring in as one of the biggest box office grossing film, then we really need to think about the mindset of the people who go and watch such films. What about them?
Couldn't agree more. Because these movies are blockbusters.
Yes, and they are blockbusters. Even before that, we had a major issue with Kabir Singh. And which was in Telugu, it was Arjun
Same
Reddy.
director.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't blame the director because I think for him, it's the success which is going to count. But I am talking about if there is something which is there out on a public forum where we talk about gender equality, we talk about equal respect to women, talking about her dignity, talking about how she should be projected and how she should be respected. And yet you come across a film like Animal and people throng to go and watch these kind of films. And they're all youngsters. They are men, they're all youngsters, they're educated youngsters. We say, oh, we love the film. And I'm like, guys, what's going on in your mind? I mean, I wouldn't want my girls to watch that film. And my girls did go and watch that film because they wanted to know what is it about. They came back and said, Amma, please don't watch that film. My girls warned me, don't go and watch that film. So I think the mindset of the film goer, the mindset of the people who buy these tickets time and again, because you have a lot of repeat audiences in this movie, in these kind of films. So we need to understand that mindset before we talk about the change in a society. So what we show in films is what is actually happening in the society. So the mindset of the people who watch these kind of films need to change. And that is really, really worrying me as to if films like Animal with so much of misogyny, what you see in the film, if that film is doing so well, where are we heading?
I think that's a very valid point.
Very valid.
We need to look inwards. We can, raise objection to these kind of films being made. We can, object to some of India's biggest stars acting in these movies. But what about those hordes of people who flocking to the theatres and making these movies mega hits?
Absolutely. And moving right away from that kind of a thought, we at TV9, we believe in wow, Mr. Gupta. Wow, we onboard women. And that's an initiative we seriously think about, we adhere to day in and day out. According to you, Mr. Gupta, much like TV9, I mean, some may say it's baby steps, but let me tell you that they walk the talk when it comes to that. How does women at decision-making positions help an organization achieve better? Not achieve their goals, but achieve their goals better, Mr. Gupta.
See, women at the boardroom, when they come there, they are not just helping the organizations to deliver better in terms of the quality of decision making, in terms of the diversity of the thoughts and the ideas which they bring at the board level. They're not just doing well for themselves, they're doing better. They also become the inspiring role models for the generations to come within and outside the organization. So this is the biggest achievement or the highlight, I would say. When women come at the top, they are not just doing well for themselves, they are doing well for the entire generation which they are following, they are looking forward to, and they learn and get inspired. And I believe that is what the theme of this year's International Women's Day also is, inspiring inclusion. So that is where they inspire others and bring them forward to take leadership roles.
What a wonderful response that is. And on that note, many thanks to all of you. I think it was very brilliant and riveting session. Thank you, Khushbu. Thank you so much, Miriam. Thank you, Julia. Mr. Gupta, it was a pleasure. Please give it up for the lovely panel, ladies and gentlemen.
More power to these lovely women.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you so much, Sudhaji. Thank you so much, Neha. A little bit of a photo ops. Maybe that can take place. What a riveting session, ladies and gentlemen. Talking about, movies, soft power, football, all encompassing what women bring to the table. Nari Shakti over there. All right. A round of applause. And with that, folks, that's a wrap on our session on female protagonist, the new hero. But it is now time to also put the spotlight on our presenting sponsor, because we must do that. TV9 What India Thinks Today Summit, Punawala Fincorp, ladies and gentlemen. Here's a short snippet. Take a look at that.
Every once in a while, a success story comes along that redefines and reshapes everything. Welcome to the world of Punawala Fincorp, where upwards is the only way to go. We operate on a simple philosophy and vision to be the most trusted financial services brand and to help individuals and businesses to achieve more by offering the best-in-class customer-centric products and solutions. In short, to be a pillar of support to people from different walks of life, with a focus on ethical, transparent, and end-to-end digital lending. Our products, service, and philosophy resonated with the customers, allowing us to script a historic business story. With a record-breaking turnaround time in the history of financial sectors in India, the current valuation of the company stands at over $4 billion. 2023 has witnessed an exponential rise in our business valuation. In just 2 years, Punawala Fincorp has managed to race ahead faster than any other player in the finance sector. Behind this phenomenal growth story is a hard-working team, led by leaders with a razor-sharp vision, who are bound by our values of credit. Every team member involved in this success is valued at Punawala Fincorp. Through everything we do, our values and culture shine through. With a relentless passion for excellence, we are on our way to enabling dreams for millions of Indians. Punawala Fincorp, enabling dreams.
Well, all right, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Punawala Fincorp as well. And before we move on to our final panel session discussion of the day, we are again breaking that up with another set of Nakshatra Samman, ladies and gentlemen. Our next Nakshatra Samman winner is a world-renowned percussionist, a film music composer, and also a Grammy winner. Take a look.
Classical or fusion. He can hit a high note in both worlds. The virtuoso's artistry knows no limits. Beats, rhythm, jugalbandi. He isn't just a percussionist. He is a storyteller who speaks through the universal language of music. TV9 Network Nakshatra Samman goes to the global star, V. Selva Ganesh.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. To present the award, let me please call on stage whole-time director at TV9 Network, Mr. Hemant Sharma, please. Would you please grace the occasion and the award section over there. Also joining him, can I please request Pierre Nobert, the CMO for Bundesliga International, to please come on stage onto the award section over there to hand over the award to our well, Kanjira King, V. Selva Ganesh, right here present amongst us. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for V. Selva Ganesh, our next Nakshatra Award winner. And of course, Hemant sir, whole-time director, TV9 News Network. He's here amongst us. Please come to the stage, sir.
Hemant Sharma sir, if we could have you on stage as well.
We're all right?
Barun sir, I'm going to have to ask you to please come and present the award, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Barun Das, MD, CEO, TV9 Network. V. Selva Ganesh, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. Many, many congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you.
I know this doesn't come close to a Grammy, but I'm telling you, this means a lot as well.
Thank you.
At that, fruitful moment, let me ask you this. People have been reading up about this award, have been reading up about Shakti, have been reading up about your interviews where you've said that this is a historic moment for India. It's a major, major moment for India. But 46 years, and then another album comes. What has it been like working with these phenomenal people? I mean, Ustad Zakir Hussain Saab, you've got fantastic violinists and guitarists as part of Shakti. Uske baare mein bhi kuch bataiye, sir.
You forgot the mentioned singer, Shankar Mahadevan too. No,
my apologies.
First of all, I would like to thank TV9 for this great, and what a proud woman. As you were saying, like 3 weeks back, I was holding something similar like this in America, in Los Angeles. So you were talking about Shakti. Like recently, I mean, if you see it, that was the Shakti, woman power. So similarly, like, Shakti is like a power. This band, like, it's 50 years. So they started in 70s when I was like a 3-4 year kid. The first music which I heard, that was Shakti, because my dad was part of that band.
Wow.
So original member. So getting on the stage to play with them, it's itself a biggest task for me. And it's all a learning process. Each and every moment I learn from John McLaughlin, Zakir Bhai, or Madeline Yushini was part of it too, and Shankar Mahadev and everyone. Like so this was like my family. So Shakti is like my family. Thank you.
That's a great, a synonym for family as well. That is Shakti. Many thanks, sir. Thank you so much for gracing us at this event and the occasion. Congratulations on the Nakshatra Samman as well. All right, Neha, over to you.
Many, many congratulations to the winners. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the last and final panel discussion of the day, as our focus remains on India's soft superpower. Coming up next is our session titled Boundless Bharat Beyond Bollywood, where we analyze what's reshaping India's entertainment landscape.
And it's not just that, Neha. It's not just the glitz and the glamour of Bollywood anymore. Movies from across India are making a mark globally. We've already heard the G20 Sherpa talk about it. We've already heard the ladies talk about it. The esteemed panelists, they're all talking about how it's not just Bollywood. Who can forget RRR, ladies and gentlemen, Natu Natu. And moreover, uncover the democratization of music as traditional TV channels give way to music applications. Don't you have your music and your shuffle at a touch of a button, ladies and gentlemen? And to talk about embracing innovation and creativity in this boundless era of Bharat, let's call on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Shekhar Kapoor, actor, director, producer.
Mr. Shekhar Kapoor, if we could have you on stage, please.
Next, let's please call on stage Mr. Ricky Cage. Can I please have you on stage? Music composer, humanitarian, and environmentalist.
Next up, Christopher Ripley, CEO, Sinclair Broadcast Group.
And of course, the man that we just presented the Nakshatra Samman with, V. Selva Ganesh, award-winning Indian percussionist. Ladies and gentlemen, before we call on the moderator,
okay,
there's a small little snippet, a video that we'd like to show you, ladies and gentlemen, about how Bharat is now boundless. It is beyond Bollywood, for sure. Take a look.
Let's take a look at this AV.
Neither boundaries nor language, bereft of the binary of caste and creed. Art unites a global family like no diplomacy does. Indian maestros are making the world dance to their tune. Reverberating through every soul. India moves from Bollywood only to Bollywood and. In this cosmic harmony of art and culture, the world is finally beginning to take note. Let's reaffirm the potential of boundless Bharat beyond Bollywood.
An august gathering this is of some legends that we have in our midst tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Shekhar Kapoor, Ricky Cage, Christopher Ripley, and V. Selva Ganesh. And in conversation with these amazing men will be my colleague, TV9 Network's Krishna Kumar.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's been a wonderful evening. It's been such an exciting evening, such exciting conversations. And we're going to take this to the next level with this last panel discussion. Thank you, gentlemen. Again, I'm going to refer to you as a league of extraordinary gentlemen who've taken time out to be with us. I'm going to begin with a man who's been extraordinary for so long. When we look at things like Hollywood, who goes out from India and makes Hollywood movies and wins Oscars? We didn't know we could do that in the first place. There was an Indian sitting over here who did it a long time ago, and we have people, multiple, they go and just win Grammy Awards every year and come back, also over here. I'm going to begin with the man who took India outside of India and made that name about Indian talent. Mr. Shekhar Kapoor, you're seeing what's happening. You're seeing Natu Natu being performed on Oscar stage. You've been on, on part of multiple Oscars ceremonies. Tell us, when you look at that, we are calling this Beyond Bollywood for a reason. You're looking at films not made in the Hindi language in India, doing what they're doing. What does Shekhar Kapoor think when he looks at all of these things?
Can I say something about the previous session on Nari Shakti?
Please go ahead.
I don't know how many of us know that 65% of the agricultural labor force in India are women. And that they come to the fields, they work all day, they go home, they look after the babies, they look after their homes, they cook for them, they send their kids to school if they at all go to school, they come back. Without them, we'd all starve. So how can you not worship women in this country? We would starve without them. So let's get back to
Wonderful
Bollywood.
message, sir. Wonderful message, sir. Absolutely. That's the reason why we spend so much time on Nari Shakti here at the inaugural of what India thinks today. A summit, for a reason we had that. We had such exemplary women on stage. So thank you for putting out that message. Just to take the conversation forward, women are our soft power, superpower. And so is our movies, our music. We make so many movies, such great movies in so many different languages. We make music, classical music, folk music, music Ricky Cage makes, which usually people from America make, and that, we Indians are winning awards for. But, talking about a true global Indian, taking India outside. Yeah. And now, when you've already taken India outside with your great talent, but I really want to come back to that.
Who here knows what is the one Indian film that is the biggest hit internationally so far? Biggest international hit Indian film. Adjusted for box office and inflation, the biggest hit to date is Avara. If you adjusted it today, Raj Kapoor's Avara has been the biggest Indian hit ever. So this is not a new phenomenon. There was a time when I first went overseas that people from all over Eastern Europe, I went in to repair my watch in Los Angeles, and the guy sat there and looked at me and said, "You're from India?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Avara ho." I went to Russia, and they especially said, "Oh, you're Kapoor, Raj Kapoor, Raj Kapoor." I was given a suite at the hotel, and I hadn't got the guts to say, "I'm not related to Raj Kapoor." So Indian films, actually we lost out because Hollywood came and they had the marketing muscle. And with this huge marketing muscle, they edged us out because at that time, India was going through a foreign exchange problem. We didn't. Now we are back. Now we are back with such a bang. And I promise you, and then you can take the discussion here, because, can I say this?
Please go ahead.
You know what our Prime Minister says is $5 trillion economy? I promise you here, with the new technology of AI, we will deliver an extra $1 trillion with Indian content. And I've not picked out this figure. I work with technology all the time. AI is going to make, because there are more teenagers in India than anywhere else in the world. There are more young people. And the new filmmakers that will go out and conquer Hollywood, you know where they are right now? They're in the slums of Dharavi, sitting, trying to learn animation. And they will go on with this new technology called Sora. They'll come out, they're making 1-minute films when they'll make half-an-hour films, and you'll find this little kid from Dharavi suddenly getting an Oscar because they have the hunger. We have the hunger. We want to go out and conquer the world. For too long we've been dominated. Too long, as our Prime Minister says, we are finally giving up the colonial mindset. We're finally giving up the fact that we were ruled by white people once. We're finally giving that up. And these kids, I've seen them, they are going to conquer us. And new technology, AI, is going to give us an extra $1 trillion a year in our economy.
What a word. From the man who taught the world from India how to make a film on Elizabeth. Let's hold that thought for a moment. A guy from India taught the world how to tell the story of Elizabeth. I'm going to come to the Grammy winners in just a bit, since Mr. Shekhar Kapoor spoke such important things about Hollywood and their marketing might, which is the reason why we weren't there. I'm going to take this conversation to Mr. Christopher Ripley and then bring it back to Mr. Selva Ganesh and Ricky Cage. Mr. Ripley, what can we learn as India, lessons from that marketing might of Hollywood? Because we're seeing Korean art and culture doing the same thing. it's India's turn, isn't it? Indian content's turn, isn't it? After Hollywood and Korean art and cinema.
Well, first, there's been a lot of talk about soft power. And I think of soft power sort of like being cool. And the surest way to be uncool is to try really hard to be cool. And so soft power is very similar to that. It can only be a byproduct. It cannot be the main objective. The main objective is great content, great culture, great production value, being the best in your genre. Those are the lessons from Hollywood that India, I think, is on the cusp of nailing a bunch of those categories. When you do that, you get soft power.
All right, great content, great culture, great production. Fair point, I would say. Talking about culture, to the Grammy men on the stage, India, I mean, look at the music that India has. And often, for the longest time, it's always been movie songs, Bollywood songs, is the only export. Now that's changed. Now that's changing. We have people like Ricky Cage going every day, Grammys again this year. Another award this year. That's how it's seeming like. So, Ricky, what has changed in the way the world is perceiving Indian music? Because as in India, we have Carnatic music, Hindustani music, Dhrupad in classical forms, and then a plethora of folk music from Rajasthani to Tamil folk to, all kinds of folk music in Eastern India, Bengal, Bauli music, tons of different kinds of music happening. Tell us, has the world woken up to the fact that India has so much to offer in terms of music alone?
So thanks for that question, first of all. So I've got some insight into this, and my opinion is a little unpopular, and my opinion is a little controversial, but I will nevertheless put it out.
We love stuff like that. Please go ahead.
So, in my opinion, I feel that, or let me put it back, let me make a more personal comment. While I was growing up, I would travel very often to the United States, and I would watch a whole lot of Bollywood musicians and Bollywood composers perform concerts across America. Sometimes I would watch them even in Europe. I would watch them in Russia, watch them in all these different countries. And I would see that these Bollywood composers and Bollywood musicians were always able to fill complete stadiums. They were able to fill complete arenas, and they would get huge crowds. But the only people who would show up for their concerts are people from the Indian diaspora. Because, and I'm not talking about movies, I'm talking purely about the music. Purely about the music because I'm a musician. Because Bollywood music, barring a few exceptions, had not actually broken cultural barriers. They were just catering to people from within India and the diaspora all over the world. Whereas when I was 19 years old, I had gone to San Francisco and I'd watched a concert of Pandit Ravi Shankar. And when I watched Pandit Ravi Shankar's concert, that was a very eye-opening experience because the demographic of the audience within the theater was very representative of the demographic of the city itself. The city had a 70% Caucasian population. It was 70% Caucasian population in the theater, 5% Asian population in the city, 5% Asian population inside the theater. And I realized that this gentleman, Pandit Ravi Shankar, is playing pure Indian classical music and traditional music. And he's able to break cultural barriers so much so that he is exposing people who would normally not be exposed to Indian culture and music. And he was getting them to pay a large ticket price to actually watch him perform. And then that is when I realized that it's the traditional musicians who are doing this. And at the same time, conversely, in India, now he made Indian music popular all over the world. Everybody knows who Pandit Ravi Shankar is, correct? Everybody knows who he was? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, everybody knows he won the Bharat Ratna?
Yes.
Everybody knows that his daughters are Anushka Shankar, Nora Jones?
Yes.
Okay, everybody knows him as being the greatest sitarist ever?
Of course.
Okay. Can anybody over here name one album of Pandit Ravi Shankar? He's made 70 albums. Can anyone over here name one album of his? Okay, you can. Can anybody name a song of his? Can anybody hum a tune of his?
Can't use ChatGPT for this.
And that is what? Okay, you can. Okay, so 2 people, okay, in the whole audience. That's about it. So that shows that we ourselves are not appreciating our culture and we are not realizing that our culture and our traditional musicians are actually making it on the global stage, like Selva Ganesh over here, brilliant musician. And he won a Grammy Award this year. Shakti won a Grammy Award. Rakesh Chaurasia won a Grammy Award. Ustad Zakir Hussain, Shankar Mahadevan. Pandit Vishwamohan Bhatt. All of these are traditional Indian musicians who are making it on the global stage, and we in India are the only ones who are not appreciating them.
Okay. I'm right here going to appreciate Mr. Selva Ganesh right away before I come to Mr. Shekhar Kapoor. You know, the question here is that it's all about showcasing that Indian music, isn't it? That, you know, your beats, the beats are universal. There is just no difference. It's the same thing because the world goes around on the same beats. Tell us about what goes on in your mind when you're showcasing the Kanjira to a global audience.
Before that, I would really appreciate Ricky, like, you know, the way he expressed it. And he's very true. It's very true. Rhythmic, like, you know, I mean, I wouldn't even say like a showcasing something because it is our tradition, right? And the gate openness where Allah Ka Kanjab, I mean, if I'm a percussion player, I would put it in that way, and that perspective. Allah Ka Kanjab, Saad Zakir Hussain, Zakir Bhai, they've already opened it. So it became easier for us. We don't have to do anything. We just do our best. We just give our 100%. That's it. So which really needed for right now, for any musician, for this generation, give 100% to the music. Don't ever expect anything. Like, you know, I mean, I follow the footstep of all these three legendary musicians who's like, and I would put it in my way, my father. I mean, actually, Ricky, he's also a Grammy winner. So, my father and John McLaughlin, John G, and Zakir Bhai, they always do that. Like, you know, whenever they started the album or any band or something or a live concert, they don't expect anything. They just work hard, correct? So they work hard. Like, you know, I mean, that's the showcase, what I wanted to really do it.
Right. Since so much of talk about Pandit Ravi Shankar, the first ever Grammy nomination for India, this is FYI, was for Pandit Ravi Shankar's Sound of Sitar, back in 1967. We've come a long way since then. In the last 10 years alone, Indians have picked up 8 Grammys.
And he won the Lifetime Achievement Award also.
Right. So I'm going to bring this back to Mr. Shekhar Kapoor. So music clearly has taken new tones. It's not just Bollywood songs anymore. There's so much of Indian music to be showcased. We hear you're planning to do Masoom 2. That's what we understand. How many of you want to watch Masoom 2? Look at that. Everybody wants to watch Masoom 2. Big round of applause. What a film Masoom was back in the day. The man who challenged Bollywood conventions back in the day. Today, sir, Bollywood has been truly challenged. Bollywood itself is evolving. It's changing. Indian movies and the kind of Indian movies that get showcased to outside audiences, like he's talking about, if you're showcasing it in New York, it has to be representative of the city of New York. So when they watch it, when people from, Mr. Ripley's nation watch it, you know, they're watching different Indian cinema right now, isn't it?
Okay. Just one thing. Do you know where flamenco comes from? The dance flamenco? From Rajasthan. Yeah. So Indian forms and Indian traditional music has traveled for centuries. And it only stopped in Spain because it couldn't cross the ocean, right? And that's why flamenco stayed there. What was your question?
The question is that, like the way you challenged Bollywood conventions back with Masoom and Mr. India.
You know, one of the things is something we need to take advantage of. The West has plateaued. The West has run out of stories. And one of your questions is, why are the Koreans doing so well? Because the East is a whole repository of stories. It's time for us to tell our stories. It's time for us to find the confidence to go out. And there's no greater repository of stories than India. I mean, there's one book that nobody's heard about called Mahabharata, right? Anybody heard about Mahabharata? No, okay. It has every story possible in the world inside that one tale of Mahabharata. So we have the stories, and the West has run out of stories. So it is time for us to go out and conquer the world with our stories. And I say conquer the world, there's a very big reason. When I was a kid, I was in university, what did I want to do? I wanted to wear jeans because they sold me jeans. I wanted to go to Harvard because they sold me Harvard. I wanted to speak American accent because they sold me the American accent. That day's gone. Those days are gone. We no longer are dominated, created by the West that had this incredible marketing machine. but they don't have any more stories. We're the ones. Now we have to go out and be very forceful. It's not just going to happen. And what is on our side is, number one, India. It's a young people's game, right? India has the largest number of teenagers anywhere in the world. Technology is a young person's game. AI is coming in, changing the world. We need to be confident now. And the world has already said, Korea has shown us. There was a time when I saw that there were 2 Korean stories. There was Squid Games, that was the biggest hit on Netflix, and there was this other American film about Chinese in America. I forget the name. Something about bangles or kada. Yeah. But the interesting thing about it is there was not a single white American in that film. There was only white man, one white man, and guess what that white man was doing? Yes, boss. And I thought, hang on, that's what Indians used to do in English films. Yes, boss. Life is changing. The world is changing. We have the stories, but everyone in the room here, and TV9, thank you for saying this, and thank you for putting us up here to actually come up and encourage Indian filmmakers to say, it's not just India. You have the world, you have the capacity, and technology is helping you. Everything is helping you. Do you know, when I was offered Elizabeth, I said no 3 times. And then I sat down and I said, I'm Indian. I've been asked to make a film about Elizabeth, and she conquered us. Colonization started with her, and I was a colonized person. And then I picked Kate Blanchett, her first film, Kate Blanchett, I found her. And she said, oh, I'm Australian. I was colonized. So we were a lot of colonial people that sat down and said, how do we teach the British a lesson about their own culture and make a film about their own queen?
You did. You taught them a lesson on telling their own story.
Yeah. And then I sat down and said, who am I? Because art comes through you, right? Art cannot come from somewhere exterior. So I said, okay, I'm not British, I'm not American, I'm Asian. So we all sat down, we hatched a plan, and I called Richard Attenborough. I said, I want you to play a part in it. He said, oh, I don't have the time, they're not paying me enough. And I said, Mr. Attenborough, we allowed you to make Gandhi in India. You have to allow me to make Elizabeth, and you have to be part of it. So you got to fight back. It's not going to be easy. Colonization, you know, our country, Gandhiji and everybody, and our Prime Minister said, get out of that slavery mindset, get out of the colonial mindset. Our film industry has to get out of, hum to sirf India ke liye film banate hain. We have to get out. The world's our oyster. You went out. All of you guys went out. I went out. The world has to follow. For years, I waited for another filmmaker to come. Nahi ji, India bahut acha market hai. 1,000 crores? Hang on. There's a film in America just made $1.5 billion. What are you talking? Right? And so look at it, Bobby, about a doll. So we can do that. I'm saying this because you've given me this platform to tell people, get out there. Just get out there. Be the first people to go out and colonize the world with your stories. We were colonized by their stories. Now let's go colonize with our stories. Yes? So let's go.
Recolonize with our stories. What a message. Ricky, I'm going to come to Mr. Ripley, the talented Mr. Ripley, to talk about technology and the part that it could play. You're laughing so much because that's what you're doing with the kind of awards you're winning. You know, like, you know, when an A.R. Rahman wins a Grammy, it's again for a movie made by somebody who's technically Scottish, and he's trying to do an Indian Bollywood kind of a music for that. And the kind of music for which you won Grammy Award is usually not the Indian Asian types, right? The category in which you won. So in that sense, you're also teaching the world a lesson that Indians can now do this, that what they've been doing all this while.
I would look at it from that perspective, actually.
Oh, come on. You were just clapping along for what he was talking about.
No, I wouldn't look at it from that, I wouldn't look at it from that perspective. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, that we are talking about the Grammys a lot over here, but the thing is that the Grammys is the only international award for music that exists today. And that is a little bit of a problem right there, because it's an American award. And so basically, why did we as an international community give the onus on awarding an international award to an American organization? So that is where the problem lies, you know. So what we should be doing is that the Global South we've got musical forms that actually predate the West. Like, for example, it's always considered that Western music is the paradigm, and all other forms of music, that is Indian, Celtic, Native American, first generation, Irish, not even that, that's also Western, but Japanese and Korean and African music is considered to be ethnic and exotic music and fringe music, So that paradigm needs to change, because when you think about Western classical music, everybody think about, when you think about classical music, everybody first think about Western classical music. And Indian classical music is exotic. When you think about devotional music, it's always gospel music first when it is the West. And then all other devotional forms of music is again exotic music. So that paradigm needs to change, because our music actually predates the Western forms of music. So I guess what needs to happen is that we need to figure out a way to award the world,
Absolutely, we need to own up to that.
And set our own narrative.
We need to own up to that, as Mr. Kapoor is also talking about. Mr. Ripley, so then Mr. Kapoor also talked about artificial intelligence. I'm going to take off from that, actually. Technology is important. In fact, you are, in the thick of things, bringing a very important piece of technology like direct to mobile to India. That changes the way Indians consume their own content. That's what Ricky is talking about. How many people know which album that Mr. Pandit Ravi Shankar was nominated for? So talk to us about how technologies like direct to mobile can reshape the way people consume content. Indians consume their own Indian content, and obviously the way Indian content is consumed across the world.
Well, yeah, technology is going to have a massive impact. AI was already mentioned. Streaming globalized content in a big, big way. AI is going to be having a huge impact. Just an example from my company. We operate here in India with the tennis channel. We have the Women's Tour Association there. So if you like the WTA, please tune into Tennis Channel. And we operate in many other countries around the world. We are now taking our programming, and with AI, we are versioning it for each one of those countries at a touch of a button. Okay, that's pretty profound. You don't have to create content for each language in each country. So that's pretty significant, and that's sports-related content. Okay, I'm not talking about entertainment content, but I know all the major studios in the US are looking at versioning this way, right? Netflix does a pretty good job of dubbing, but this is going to be something entirely different. You're going to see people talking in your perfect local dialect with your mouths moving exactly as it is. It's going to be quite profound. And that's just the beginning of what AI is doing. I do think technology will benefit incumbents at first. Well-financed incumbents. And I think India, quite frankly, is an incumbent right now. You look at Hollywood, Korea, India, I do think it will benefit India in a big way. And eventually, it will also democratize content creation. At first, it will benefit the bigger, more sophisticated players, but as the technology moves down to the masses, it will democratize content creation. That's been the trend that we've seen. And just to touch on, you mentioned direct-to-mobile broadcast. That is a new technology. I'm sure not a lot of people know what it is yet. It hasn't rolled out yet.
Tell us all about it.
It is, think, free dish for mobile phones. Doesn't require any data plan, doesn't require any subscriptions. Allows for targeting and interactivity. So it democratizes content distribution to the phone. And it will inevitably spawn new content types, open up new avenues to content creators. And it should be coming to India soon. And in fact, it will be first in the world here in India.
Wow. So, Mr. Kapoor, you wanted to say something?
I was going to take up on AI because...
Go ahead, sir.
I was sitting with somebody in the Singapore FinTech, and they say, well, what about everybody's jobs? Everybody's jobs will change. And I looked behind me, and there was a cleaning lady who was cleaning, and obviously she was older, and she had arthritis in her legs, and she was in pain. She wanted us to leave the restaurant so she could get on with the job. And I said, okay, you think AI is all about jobs, and you also said it'll go with the big players. I don't agree with that. I'll tell you why, because here, everybody told me there'll be a big digital divide. Soon a beggar will come with a Paytm machine to you or whatever and say, hey, just have that. It was like that. the digital divide. There was no digital divide. India caught on like that. Everybody's on it. So AI will do the same thing. But let's look at that lady. I said, ask her, are you happy with the job? She'll say no. Do you want change? She'll say yes. I said, that's 97% of the population of the world. You 3% are sitting on the top and saying, we don't want change because you're sitting on the top. What AI is going to give is that 97% of the people will have a chance to express themselves, to find different things about themselves, to find different ways of living, to expand their consciousness. And when consciousness expands, it moves like that. And that's what AI is going to do. So now you have an organization which is a pyramidal structure. What are you going to do when the cleaning lady has exactly the same tools, the same knowledge through AI as the CEO does? Who's going to run the company? That's the existential change that is coming. Now, I'm a content filmmaker. I'm saying, I know where my competition is coming from a kid sitting in a slum somewhere saying, I can do better than this guy. And AI has given the tools to them. That's my competition. And that's the kid that millions and millions of kids in India are going to go out and make films, and they, through your technology and through streaming and everything, they have the ability to put it out to the world. We're on a roll. It's going to be an exciting world.
It's an exciting world. Selva Ganesh, where is your next competition coming from? Considering you have direct to mobile coming, technology coming, artificial intelligence literally, invading all of our lives. Where is the competition for Selva Ganesh coming from?
It's actually bad for musicians. No, just imagine, when I grew up, there was a cassette, right? So then it became a CD. Then it became now everything is on the phone. And now you cannot fool around. You can just say this. People say, no, you're wrong. It's there. I'll tell you who did what. So competition, do you think it was not there when the cassette player was there? It was there all over. So that's why I said you just work with your mind, with your heart. Music is more like that. So I go with my heart, what it says, and then I just do it. And so there is no competition for that. I would definitely say there is no competition.
Right. So Indians should actually believe in the power of AI, in their ability to take their art to the world, isn't it?
Yeah. So again, my view on AI is very simple. A few years ago, maybe about 24, 25 years ago, you could actually create the sounds of musical instruments, which we do now very regularly. You can create the sounds of musical instruments using a computer. You can play a keyboard and you can get the sound of a violin, or the sound of a khatam, or the sound of a sitar, or the sound of a piano. You can get all of these sounds. And the sounds were of such high quality that everybody said that this is going to destroy the livelihoods of musicians, and musicians are going to no longer be required, and composers can just create the music using the computer. But that did not happen. What happened was that the musicians who were the more generic musicians, who were not creative, they're the ones who went obsolete. But the musicians who were creative, and the musicians who would give a composer more than what the composer required, were the musicians who survived. And that is why you have musicians like Selva Ganesh, who are doing extremely well because they're extremely creative in what they do. And that is why everybody wants to work with them. It's the same thing with AI. What's going to happen with AI is that the filmmakers, the ad filmmakers, the short filmmakers who need generic music, like for example, if I'm a filmmaker and I need music for a horror film and I need generic horror music, or I'm making a romantic film and I need generic romantic music which does not require too much of creativity, AI is going to be perfect for that. But for composers, for composers who need to, for filmmakers who want composers, or composers who want to create something that is absolutely unique, unprecedented, and music that is very creative, not been done before, that is where the human connection is going to come in, and that's where humans are always going to be needed. And AI will always follow, because AI can only do things with precedence. So basically, AI will follow all the innovations that human beings create.
I just realized the fact that artificial intelligence begins with art. No. Isn't it, Mr. Kapoor?
You got a chance, Ricky. You and I got a chance. We all were lucky, right? We rose to the top because we got the chance and we did it. Oh, yeah. 95% of people do not get that chance. I'm talking about those 95% of people that now will get a chance because of technology to get themselves heard. Then we come to the question of what is creativity? What is creative? I mean, if you want to study AI, you should learn what AI cannot do. All right? I'll tell you what it can't do. You know, when I was a kid, well, lived in Delhi, we used to go up to Mussoorie, Simla, right? All of us went there, and I used to run down. I was 14 years old, 13, 14. I used to run down the hill. As I was running down the hill, I had to already know if it's a river, because the momentum will make sure that I need to know which are the next boulders to step on. I can't make up my mind that. So step on one boulder, I already say, there. Now, AI could give me which boulder, but then I wouldn't do it. Why did I do it? I did it because there was this fundamental fear that I might fall. There was this fundamental fear that I might die. So, fear is a great driver of creativity. Fear is a great driver of human action. You're afraid. So AI can't be afraid, right? AI can't love, because if AI knew how to love, then you'd go, she loves me, 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 she loves me. Where did that go? She loves me not, she loves me not. It's that she loves me not which creates the mystery in love. And that AI cannot do. No fear, no love. It can give you the biggest love story in the world. Hey, I asked ChatGPT to give me a story on Masoom, the next generation. One day I'll tell you what the story is. It had a moral idea to it. It wasn't a story I'm making, but it's really good. But it's just read everything that's ever written and immediately 10 seconds gave me. But it can't love, it can't fear, it can't feel faith. That human quality is what gives you creativity. There. But then, hang on, 95% people don't get the chance. How long? I mean, I could have not been offered Masoom. I would have been struggling still to make a film. Somebody said, will you make it? And Shabana said yes, and Gulzar said, they could have said no. If they said no, I wouldn't be sitting here. That's the point. AI, what that AI will do is they don't have to go to Shabana. AI will create a Shabana for them. AI will create somebody for them, right? You know which is the biggest brand in the world is made by Disney, Donald Duck. 100 years it's been going on. Now AI will make a human that will be going for 100 years. Who owns that? A kid in Dharavi? Who owns the copyright for that? It's huge. It's an existential change. And I'm loving it. So, you know, you can see.
Right, I see Mr. Ripley nodding along. Obviously, the marketing might of Disney is another example of how Hollywood was able to push that brand across the India. But, you know, we can continue this conversation for the next 1 hour, I think. And I didn't realize the fact that the conversation on art and music and entertainment is going to be ending up as a conversation about artificial intelligence, which will take an entire day, I think. But it's been fascinating talking to you, gentlemen. Huge round of applause for Mr. Shekhar Kapoor, Ricky Cage, Christopher Ripley, and V. Selva Ganesh. We need to wrap this session up, unfortunately, because we have indeed run out of time. Thank you so much to all of you for listening. Let's also quickly take the photograph as well.
What a session that was, ladies and gentlemen. Artificial intelligence. Do you think Sora's going to be a sorry kind of a situation later on?
Well, I guess we'll have to wait to find out, but I am dying to know what ChatGPT came up with when Mr. Shekhar Kapoor decided that he wanted to take its help to come up with a story for Masoom 2.
Well, maybe we could urge Mr. Kapoor to put that out on his Instagram. Meanwhile, even as the photo ops are on, and we do give away a memento of thanks, a token of appreciation to all our esteemed panelists, Mr. Ripley, V. Selva Ganesh, and of course, Ricky Cage, Mr. Kapoor. Many thanks to Krishna Kumar as well for conducting that session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost drawing to a close to this particular event, but...
Well, we still have something special lined up for you. Before we, of course, let the gentlemen leave the stage, I'd just like to say, Mr. Shekhar Kapoor, we are indeed looking forward to Masoom 2, and I know I don't need to say this, but the story must come from you, not from ChatGPT, please.
Well, all right then, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, very quickly, before we draw a close on day 1 of TV9 What India Thinks Today, our next Nakshatra Samman winner, ladies and gentlemen. And, you know, do pay close attention here because this is someone who is a box office king, a star rather, Neha, who has captured the nation's attention. Before we move on, here's a quick snippet. Take a look.
The resolve to not bow down gave India the confidence to rise. With Pushpa, the rise, and Pushpa, the rule, his character mirrors the India attitude of today.
Something about me. When it's Saturday night, I need to blow off some steam.
A box office sensation with a legion of fans across the world. He has allured millions with power-packed performances. An icon for Telugu cinema, he is now a voice of India's soft power. TV9 Network Nakshatra Samman goes to the trailblazing star, Allu Arjun.
Big round of applause for Allu Arjun, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Mr. Allu Arjun is currently shooting for Pushpa 2. Therefore, he couldn't be with us here tonight in person, but he has sent us this message. Take a look.
Namaste. This is Allu Arjun. I'd like to thank the TV9 Network for giving me this Nakshatra Samman Award. Thank you very much for this award. It's my honor to be receiving this award, and I'd like to thank Ram Garu and Barun ji behind this. And I apologize because I couldn't be there in person to receive this award because I'm busy shooting for my latest movie, Pushpa 2, which is slated for release on the August 15th. And I'd like to dedicate this award to all my fans. It's their love and support that has gotten me this far. It's to all of you guys. Thank you for all the love. And once again, thank you so much for this honor. Namaste.
Well, we're afraid that Mr. Allu Arjun is not with us. He's shooting for Pushpa 2. But ladies and gentlemen, with that, it's a wrap on day one of the TV9 What India Thinks Today, presented by Punawala, Fincorp, and special partner Prabhuji. But ladies and gentlemen, that's not all. Tomorrow, the 26th of February, day 2 of TV9 What India Thinks Today, we will see more thought leaders, influencers, policymakers from all across the globe right here at TV9 What India Thinks Today, News 9 Global Summit, a premier global platform that not just takes stock of India, of where it has reached, but also sets the agenda for its path ahead.
Indeed, Kabir. And tomorrow will be a power-packed day, ladies and gentlemen, with distinguished panels and discussions with the right stakeholders on subjects ranging from India, the global peace catalyst, and the promise and pitfalls of artificial intelligence, to the importance of creating equitable boardrooms and decoding what tailwinds for India mean for you, the Indian citizen. Union ministers will be in attendance, and let's not forget the big one, ladies and gentlemen, the unmissable keynote address at the summit, which will be delivered by none other than the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi. Well, all of you have been a great audience. Thanks so much for being with us here tonight. See you all again tomorrow. Have a great night.
And also, before we do, shut the lights off, there is, of course, cocktail and dinner that has been placed for all of you, those who are attending, right outside in the open area over there. Do have a good time. Have a good night. We'll see you all again tomorrow. Thank you, man.
The Union Minister of Sports, Youth Affairs and Information and Broadcasting, Sri Anurag Thakurji, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inaugural. Today is the curtain raiser of the second edition of TV9 What India Thinks Today Summit. Over the next 2 days, we will be hosting several international thought leaders and cabinet ministers and industry captains discussing India's next big leap in the arena of geoeconomics and geopolitics. And most notably, we have the summit keynote scheduled for tomorrow evening at 8 p.m., which will be delivered by none other than the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. But this evening, we are here to celebrate the curtain raiser with a subject very close to my heart. I must mention that this evening is going to be special because apart from glamour and glitz, it will be an evening of gravitas. You must have already spotted in the hall many well-known faces from the world of sports and entertainment. They are here tonight for a purpose. They are here tonight to discuss a bold vision for India, not as an economic or military power, but as a soft power. Our deliberations this evening will focus on the idea of soft power for hard gains. So what's soft power?